right. I don't know about you, Juan, but I'm ready to rock this.
Let's get it going. Let's get it going. I
All
figured
right.
out how to. I figured out how to pin tweets to the. So this is the first time we've had something pinned. You see that up at the top?
Oh, oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah. I figured that out. So yeah, let's get it going.
Very cool. All right. Welcome, everyone, to episode 7 of Blockchain Banter Beneath the Surface, where we go beneath the surface of crypto and Kaspa and get down into the human experience and what we go through. Just having fun, learning from each other, connecting, and just having a good time, bringing good positive energy and talking about everything Caspa related. And sometimes that means crypto related outside of Caspa because sometimes to learn about Caspa, we sometimes have to compare with other projects because sometimes that's where other people are coming from. Well, Juan, I'm going to let you take this because I know where we're going to start. We're going to be starting with that amazing reply that Yonatan made to Binance, and maybe you could let people know what that was about, why he wrote it, and just give people a taste of what that was for those who may be new here or listening on recording and have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. So the viral post that right now has well over 2.6 million views and shook things up. Um, we don't really hear much from Jonathan or even Michael uh, that often, right? And I think when they do voice their opinions and give their thoughts on how they see things, it's a very powerful thing, right? We are a decentralized community, but we have the founder in the trenches doing the research and the core team doing what they do. And it's always appreciate, I always appreciate hearing their words and their insights on things. And I think this post, Kara, I just think it cemented a lot about why I personally am in Caspa and why I see this protocol being so, I know that a lot of the talk and the banter back and forth is us comparing to what Bitcoin has done and evolving and all that. But there was just a lot in this post to digest and to see what the vision is and where this can go. And I think him standing up and obviously, we mentioned it when the votes were going on that these guys haven't posted about anything, and then the other guys, especially the person that was going up against Michael, just begging for votes, right? And Jonathan and Michael are in the background, and like they didn't post not one time. And I mentioned on that episode, yeah, they probably don't really care. It's the community probably who cares more because we believe that getting listed on Binance, getting listed on these exchanges is a really important thing. It's going to bring more eyes to us. And what I think it brought to light is even though it is important and it would help and put more eyes on Caspa, when you really understand what this is and what's trying to be done, Jonathan is an avid. We know that he's an avid chess player, but everybody else is playing checkers. Like all these other protocols are playing checkers, and we're playing chess over here. We're building something that's going to last through generations. This isn't something that was built overnight. So yeah, Caspa turned 4 years old on Friday the 7th. But this is something that it's Jonathan's baby that he has put his life into this, right? And although it may have put more eyes on us to have him be on stage, and the one take that I heard, and I was talking to Bishop about this, and he's like, he could have said this on stage, and I wonder what the impact would have been. But I think him just putting his words out there and really really emphasizing and even calling them out, right? These exchanges are more like gambling casinos versus anything. And we've talked about this, and it's super important to understand when you have your Caspa on any of these exchanges, it's not really your Caspa, it's an IOU for the Caspa. So, although it would bring more light and put more eyes on Casper. This is a longer game that we're trying to play. So I think him cementing, hey, you've listed the Pepe coin 3 weeks or whatever it was, 2 weeks after it launched, yet you're not respecting any of the projects out there that are building this from the ground up. The community showed out, and it was more for the community than anything. But I just thought it was brilliantly posted. Obviously, garnered a lot of attention. And I think it's interesting that not much has been said by Binance. Right? I don't think they've responded to that. Right, Kara? They haven't responded to it. I haven't seen a response to it. Um,
No response.
yeah, no response, and we shouldn't expect one, right? Because they're businesses. They're businesses running a profit. And who knows, if I know that it was put out there that they asked for 3% of the supply, and it equaled out to about 42 million that it would have cost to list it. So games are being played back and forth, and the game we're playing over here is chess. It's the long game. I personally don't believe that we even need the exchanges, and I think with vprogs and understanding what that could do and how that could change the game, that'll cement quite a bit. But again, you got to understand, this is a long game. We're playing. The Caspa is going to revolutionize so much, and we obviously know and see the potential. But understanding that this isn't, again, look at what this project really, and what this protocol really is, and what it can bring to the world. Probably can't even conceptualize some of the things that it's capable of, and I think vprogs is one of those one of those tools, one of those applications that are being built to not even need any of these exchanges to list us. So I think it's important to look at that and speculate on that. Um, so yeah, those are my general thoughts and the overall view that I had on it. How did you feel about it, Kara? What was your take on it?
Well, I think before I want to answer that, I want to frame this for people who might not be in our Caspa bubble for a minute. For people who might not know even what this vote was about or any of that. So I'm going to just very briefly run through it, what the reply was, and I'll give my take on it. Just in case there's people here or listening later that have no idea what this vote is and what happened. Because it's monumental, it's huge, and it's like Juan said, millions of people have seen this at this point. There was a vote on Binance to vote for your favorite independent researcher. And there were other votes too where you could vote for other people. And Michael Sutton was one of the top winners and one of the other ones. However, Yonatan won number one in the category for independent researcher. And like Juan said, there were other individuals who were clamoring for votes, trying to get everyone and their cousin to vote for them. And Yonatan didn't even ask anybody to vote for him. He took a step back and he just let the fans and the community vote on his behalf without him begging for it like other nominees were. He won. He won fair and square, and he had an opportunity to go to Dubai to give a speech to accept his award from Binance. And instead of going, he says, "You know what? I respectfully decline." He didn't use those exact words. He wrote a long reply saying, "Hey, I mean no disrespect, but where's your policy for accepting," and I'm paraphrasing here, "where's your policy for accepting projects that are for cypherpunks that are created by people who don't have a company?" Right? Caspa doesn't have a company. It's just made by, why are they not listed yet on Binance? What about the people? Is essentially what he was saying. And like Juan was saying, oh, well, Pepe. Well, Pepe is known as the green frog. It's a nothing coin. It's a meme coin. It's a funny coin. It's not full of utility and function like Caspa is. So we were snubbed. And Yonatan is basically, I'm paraphrasing, he's basically saying, no, you're not going to snub us without taking some accountability here. I'm not going to take your reward. Thank you. I mean no disrespect, but I'm not going to. What about the people, right? That's how I took it. That's how I read it. And so my take on it was that he was standing up for us. He was standing up for those of us that believed in the project, believed in him, believed in what it could be, and for the exchange to not even acknowledge his reply, which again has been viewed 2.6 million times at this point and has gone viral. It's even mentioned in the crypto news and trending lists and everything like that on X. It's being ignored, it's not being responded to. And here he's being the voice for all of us who love Kaspa, love this coin, recognize the revolutionary movement that is happening because of it, the fundamentals and utility that it offers. It offers more than so many different coins out there. And we can get into the technicals a little bit. But the thing is, Kaspa is not just a funny meme coin. And Yonatan said, what's the thesis for the green frog? What's the thesis for that? What's your reasoning for prioritizing a funny nothing coin over Kaspa that has 10 plus years of research? So that's how I took it. That's what's going on with it. Uh, it's one of those things where I almost look at it as a cypherpunk manifesto. That's why there's people starting to frame it on their walls. What do you think? Would you frame it on your wall?
Yeah, that's what it felt. It cemented what a cypherpunk is for me, right? I'd heard that term thrown around. I guess it resonated very heavily in terms of what the cypherpunk movement is all about. And for me, I hadn't. Okay, we talked about this offline. How I feel that researchers and crypto people, I'm a sales, business, marketing guy. And what I do feel is that a lot of times people that have been in crypto for a while that really see this, and they speak in a language that normies can't understand, so they're typically confused. And I shared with you that I had a friend listening on one of our episodes, and he was, knows about money and all that, but like, he was like, "You guys were throwing around acronyms. I didn't really understand." So I think that that's what happens a lot of times with some of these messages and some of these posts. But for me, this one resonated. Obviously with the message that he was getting across. It's like you don't, what, like you said, what's the thesis for you listing this meme coin that's nothing? So now there's a different feel, right? Bitcoin is being more respected, and there's just a different energy behind what crypto can do. That's starting to come to the forefront. But there's still obviously a ton of opportunity for education here and bridging the gap between all these intelligent, super smart people that have built within crypto and are about the cypherpunk movement, and then having it make sense to us normies. So I still consider myself somewhat of a normie. I understand the lingo, but I sometimes have to, like, I'll take a post, and I'll throw it in an AI, and I'll say, hey, make this make sense to me. So I just thought that the post was very direct, up front, very simple to digest. And obviously if you've been in Caspa, it resonated. And yeah, I'm with you, Kara. It was like a cypherpunk manifesto. And yes, I would frame that. I think it's gonna it- it's gonna be something that we talk about in the future for sure. It was a moment. It was one of those moments.
I love it. And I also like that you mentioned the term bridging the gap because you also mentioned VProgs. And I was listening to Michael Sutton's interview with XXIM last night. I only got to listen to the first half. I'm going to go back and listen to all of it. But what I understood from that is that VProgs, which is coming up for Caspa, that's going to be the big thing. This is another reason why we love our researchers and developers so much. VProgs, which stands for Verified Programs, basically relies on validity proofs, and it uses two sovereign states, as I understand it, and creates sort of a bridge between them within um, atomic composability. So it acts as if it's in its own interpreted. So it feels as if it's on the layer one because so many of I don't know that the term Michael used, but there were many objects that were on the first layer and it's verified there. And so where it sits is in this atomic composability state, essentially, is the way I understand it. Now, this is not my wheelhouse. I'm not a technical guru. This is me just repeating what I heard from him. And I'm paraphrasing in a way that I think some people will understand. So if you want to hear the technical details, definitely listen to that SXIM interview on YouTube. However, one thing that I learned from this is that these programs will allow us to have uh, basically a template for different systems, including different virtual machines. So we won't have just one compatibility to an EVM or something. We'll have multiple compatibilities to many VMs. That's the whole purpose of this, which gives it a leg up against our competition, in my opinion, because we'll have a system that's ready for many different things that can be built on top of it, not just one compatible thing, but many. And I'm using the word thing instead of what it actually is because it gets highly technical. However, it's exciting because this is something that's never been done, especially on in my I don't think it's been done on a proof of work network. I don't think anything like this has been done before. If it has, feel free someone to correct me, but I have not seen this done ever. So I think that we're on the edge of technology. Human technology is being just evolutionary. And we're being passed up for a green damn frog. I don't get that. I really don't.
It's been talked that Caspa's I've seen some posts out there. Caspa's what is it solving for? All this stuff, and it's maybe a little bit too complicated for some people, but I think it takes a little bit of getting beneath the surface and some depth to understand. Hey, what is it solving for? What can it do? And I think understanding that Caspa really can sequence and have these other layers talk to each other a lot easier. That's really the simple way that I think about it. And yeah, with vprogs, it's completely over my head from a technical standpoint, Kara. What I understand is that it's, from the energy that I get and what I hear about it, is that it's going to make things easier. that's that's as simple as I need it to be for me. It's going to make things easier for these other layers to communicate with each other and be able to work with each other. That's the simple way of how I look at it. And there's obviously complexities behind that and in a certain way that it's done right now, but right now crypto on other, I haven't really used other coins that much. In the beginning, when I was messing with some of the meme coins, or even, I went on Solana, and I got a MetaMask wallet, and I was going back and forth there. Some of the stuff, Solana was pretty smooth, but I know with Ethereum it seems super clunky. So from what I get, because I haven't really messed with any of the other coins or tried anything else. I haven't tried to build, an app. I know that you gave us that challenge to see if we can build something here. I think we're building, speaking on this platform and bringing the human side of things to all this techie, smart people stuff. Um, but I just think it's going to make things flow a lot easier. And at the end of the day, what it comes down to is adoption of this technology, right? So the easier we can make it for, again, the normies to see this and use this, and for them not to think about it. I think us nerds who really want to know the details, we probably care more than what most people are going to care about. Um, but at the end of the day, if it's easier for people to build on and use, and for one of the things that I heard, Carol, was that it eliminates the need for these exchanges. I know that it'll open things up for these dexes to exist, and we'll be able to get Caspa through there. So that's how I understood it. I may have been off with some of the things that I said here, but again, I just try to simplify it and make things better for all of us.
Yeah, I think you're right here. And I've heard the phrase, I'm sure most people here within CASPA have heard this, which is We don't need the exchanges. They need us. And over time, they're going to see the demand for it, and it's going to be inevitable. In some cases, it kind of already is. That's why a lot of the smaller exchanges have already listed Kaspa, which the motto for Kaspa is we don't pay for listings. There have been some exceptions, but even those we didn't pay for. So, for instance, Mexi, there was a $50,000 amount that was lent to them, which they paid back. That was 50,000 in USD as well as Kaspa, and that was paid back. So even that wasn't technically paying them, although it was, but it wasn't. We don't pay for listings. And here comes Binance saying, we want $42 million from your your coin. We don't care if you built this in your garage and you're an independent researcher. We want $42 million, even though we're a multi-billion-dollar company and we can list frogs and fart coins and whatever. You're a good one, so we're gonna charge you $42 million. Pay up. That's their attitude. And it comes across as very casino. It comes across as the house controls all of this. This is what this is what we offer is if you want to be with us, you better fork up. And the irony of all this is that for the last 10 months at least, the most common term I have heard from Bitcoin maxis is the word shitcoin being thrown in my direction every time I mention Kaspa. That's a $42 million shitcoin. Okay, that's an expensive shitcoin. So the next time they say that Kaspa's a shitcoin, I'm going to say, well, why is Binance charging so much to list it? Why? That's a lot of money, especially to ask from someone that doesn't even have a company. This is not a company coin. This is not XRP. This is not run by Walmart. This is not some Rothschild organization creating some BlackRock. I mean, I don't know. This is Kaspa. We're just people. We're just people, right? And this expectation that we have to spend a lot of money just to have a listing, I think it's going to end up hurting them in the long run because it makes them look greedy. And even though all publicity is good publicity, normies and regular people, we surround ourselves with regular people. We know what it's like to be just a regular person, right? We know what it's like to go up against those that try to make life just a little harder for you. And that's what they're doing here. And we don't need that. It doesn't resonate with people. And they can either choose to ignore what's going on and continually be the bad guy and have to face the narrative that they're creating in their silence by listening to all the voices that continue to reply on their posts. Or they can become the good guy and list Caspa, and then everyone talks about them. I mean, which one? It seems to me it's a no-brainer. If they become the good guy, they get instant word of mouth marketing. That's a lot that can turn overnight for them. And so I think they're just being greedy, 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 greedy. And I think when Caspa starts to go up in price, they'll list it when it's in the most demand. And I realize they're not running a charity here, but they should have a policy in place for coins like this that are not run by companies. So that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, yeah. At the end of the day, they are a business, and they're waiting for it'll probably be listed when things are pumping, and they can make money off of it to dump on retail at some point. But I just see it as, exchanges are a part of the fiat system to begin with. It gets normies in, and they're if anything, they're a Trojan horse to eventually find sound money, which is what Caspa is. Bitcoin as well. So I think, and again, I think there are going to be other projects that come up, or other things that are I don't know everything that's out there, but from my study, from what I've learned, and from my foundation and how I see what this technology is, I'm personally not in this to obviously my purchasing power is going to go up over time, but I made money in that business world, and this is an opt out of that. And I think these casinos, let's call them what they are. They're not exchanges. They're these casinos. They're just an extension of that, and I think that's what people are missing um, when they're hey, list us. And I think the energy of putting that pressure on is good, but at the end of the day, they're a business. They don't really care about what we want. They care about making money off of retail. That's what the business plan is. That's what they're doing. They're not a charity, so I can see why they do what they do. Um,
I have a question. I want your opinion on this because you just hit on something, Juan. They're a business. They're here to make money. It's
mhm.
their bottom line. How come this past week they prioritized doing work with mantra, which everybody knows that they are a coin that is headed towards zero because they rugged everybody.
Oh, yeah,
Remember they went from
yeah. I do remember
8.50
that they rugged. Yeah,
down to 19 cents
there
or
you go.
something. It's 20 cents in 3 hours. Why are they prioritizing that? How are they
Yeah,
going to make money
Kara,
with that? That's a rug coin.
that is exactly my point, right? So again, I think most people come into this space thinking, "Oh, this is an investment. I want to make some money," and it's understandable when people come from that angle. But when you get to Bitcoin, and again, I understand the maxi perspective, especially if you've been in it for a long time. I don't even hate on them for it. So I just think from my perspective and I spent, I mean, I shut my business down 2 years ago, and I have dedicated my life to study this and to really have it resonate on a deep, deep level. And again, I understand business. I was successful in that world. And it's just that speaks to exactly what these exchanges are. They are businesses trying to they're trying to keep especially with Bitcoin and Kaspa. They're trying to keep your coins or find a way to that's what I when I shared about getting liquidated from the loans, I knew there was a chance of that, and I understood that that's the game that they're playing. So yeah, that speaks to exactly what they are. They've listed fart, like you said, they listed fart coin, they listed the Pepe coin, a meme coin that is just speculation and hype. And I'm not mad at people for doing all that. I get it. They're trying to make some money, right? Because it's hard out here. It's not easy. It definitely isn't easy. But let's call it what it is. They're businesses trying to extract. So that's why I'm in this for self sovereignty, for preserving my purchasing power over time. I'm not. I mentioned last week that in the weeks before that I am really in this to. I want to put people on Caspa. Had a conversation with my. I had a really good friend that I hadn't caught up with. His daughter was born this weekend, and she was actually in the ICU. Had a really long conversation, and naturally, Caspa came up. And as I'm talking about it and letting him know, I'm like, "Oh, I'm doing this blockchain banter." He's like, "Bro, I hadn't bought Caspa in a long time, and I just picked up another $1,000." So it's like, cool. More adoption there, more people buying, right? And that so I'm trying to be that in my life and have that spread. A big part of the reason why we're doing these spaces and calling the truth out, right? The truth is understand what these casinos are, these exchanges are. They're casinos. They're here to extract, to not they're not they don't give a shit about you. Um and that's what they're here for. So I think it speaks to exactly what the business plan is for them, Kara.
That's exactly right. And I need to make a correction to something I said. So, but Binance didn't list Fartcoin, but they listed other stupid coins. They
Okay.
listed
Okay.
they listed Peanut the squirrel. They listed Giggle. They listed Hippo. Just dumb coins. And
Yeah.
some of these coins only went to 500 million market cap or less. And Caspa at one point was what, 3 billion? How come from a financial standpoint, why wouldn't they list a $3 billion coin? Now I realize Caspa's gone down a bit in market cap, But why? It's still over a billion. Why would they not prioritize something worth over a billion and prioritize a dumb coin? I don't understand that, especially when those other coins are not even in the top 50.
Well, and Jonathan had a good point in one of the lines. I'm going to read what he wrote here, right? So this, can you hold on? Can you hear me? Am I off the mic?
Oh,
Yeah,
we
you can
can
hear
hear
me.
you.
Okay. Yeah. So where he wrote here, he goes, "You may feel that Caspa's sovereign money thesis is boring. That Bitcoin is already money, and that implementing an internet speed Bitcoin is useless." And then he says, "Fine, wrong, but fine." And then he asks, "What's the thesis for the green frog?" But I think that line right there is a little bit of what's playing out too, right? There's some of the, Bitcoin being at a 2 trillion market cap, having the influence that they have within the community, and again, the maxi narrative of everything else is a shitcoin. Like some of that is being played out, that could be, and there may be people high up in Binance that really feel that way too. And at the end of the day, we all know, if you understand Caspa, it just ultimately doesn't matter. We're playing the long game here. People are going to move towards the money that's easier to use and that just makes sense. That's the thesis that I'm leaning on, Kara. I just, if you've used Caspa and you've used Bitcoin and you understand the foundation of what these technologies are, because that's what they are, right? I think people throw their propaganda out there, like all the shit that they say, like there is no second best, or have fun staying poor, and all the crap that they try to throw at you to have you not think. Like thinking is frowned upon in society for the most part, right? And we're the free thinkers over here. And for me, this makes sense in my life because every time that people have told me, "Oh, forget about that. No chance in that shit happening." I was when I was a kid and wanting to play football, I said I wanted to be a quarterback. And I was told, "Bro, you're not that fast. Juan, you're a big guy, you should play on the line." I'm like, no, in my mind, I was going to be a quarterback. And it worked out. I was a quarterback eventually. Same thing with selling when I sold Cutco knives. Oh, Juan, I don't, it's a scam. I follow the signs when things are a little bit rough. It's like I feel comfortable in the uncomfortable. And that's where we are with Caspa. We're all super early to this. We're all super early to this space. It's only 16 years old, right? So yeah, just these things have to play out. And again, yeah, if your foundation is solid, which I mean, it's only gotten better with I think I know what this is, but holy shit, what is the, again, talking about the V progs? I don't really understand that. I couldn't explain the technical side of it, but I know it's going to make things easier. It just makes sense. So Caspa's this living organism that's evolving, growing daily. I can feel it. I'm in it every single day, talking to you guys, running these spaces weekly. And it's along those lines of the energy of the fat kid who eventually became a quarterback, the sales guy 20 years ago where people told me, "Oh, you ain't gonna make any money making that," and it's along that same energy, Kara. That's how I see it.
It is. And you're right. It does take being comfortable in the uncomfortable. And those that have been holding on to Caspa for at least the last year and a half have seen that firsthand, holding it and watching the price action go sideways or go down, which people can speculate on why that's happening. A lot of people think it has to do with the futures listings on Binance and Coinbase, which is a whole nother topic. And there's some people saying they don't even want it on there anymore. I don't know how I feel about it, but the point is, there's people who are putting their trust in Caspa, and it requires, to a sense, being comfortable holding, even when you're seeing the price go down, even when you see Bitcoiners telling you that their coin is all you need and nothing else matters. It's tough to see that and still have the phrase is diamond balls. I don't have balls, but
Is
I
that
have diamond
that's
balls,
from
right?
Onion? We got Onion in the house too. That's an Onion phrase. I love his phrases. But yeah, it's
You
something
gotta
like that,
have,
right?
yeah, you gotta be able to stick to your guns and you gotta hold on tight and be willing to take the hits and recognize why you're holding. Why is this something? And this is where conviction comes from. It comes from understanding and knowing what's ahead. And that is more than faith. It's based in evidence. It's based in fact. It's based on papers being written, documents.
Right.
It's based on projects and groups. It's not just hopium and blind guessing. And people can point to a chart and say, "Look at the chart. Are you stupid?" But I want to say to them, "Have you seen the roadmap? Are you smart?" Right?
And you know,
And
and not to cut you up, but like to just chime in on that. When people, again, looking at the charts is the dumbest thing you can do with something like Caspa and even Bitcoin. So looking at that, right? I just it plays out the same way that I take a look at, like, I take my health very serious. You guys all know I do headstands and posts about it, do yoga and workout. And there have been periods in my life when I did not take care of myself like that, and it reflected in how I vibed in my life. So it's the same thing when something is, when you have the foundation and it's sound and valid, and that's what Caspa is. That's what Bitcoin is, right? The charts are they're just a reflection of the manipulation of what's happening in the fiat system. That's what they are, right? And again, it doesn't, no financial advice here. I'm not telling you throw in all your money into Caspa, but again, just a little bit, and feel it. And for me, Kara, I know you wanted to get Bitcoin, you've shared your story, but it's like whenever I hear that, I go, I bought a lot of Bitcoin at the top in 2021, and I did not see the gains in that. And again, I didn't sell the Bitcoin until recently when I went 100% Caspa here. So like that's all people being short-sighted, not seeing the long game. Again, so I think moving to start playing chess with this shit, and that's when you're going to get the net long-term benefit. This isn't something that, it's like Caspa is up. Nobody ever, I don't hear this as much. Caspa's up something like, still, even where it's at, it's still up 7,000% on Bitcoin if you want to take a look at the numbers. So like when these people put out these little charts on the last year, who gives a shit? It is the long game. That is the game that we're playing here. So
yeah, and that's the other thing too. A lot of this is perspective. People in the last couple weeks, I've had them say to me, "Caspa's down 74%, blah, 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 blah." That's looking at it from the perspective of its all-time high. They're not looking at it from launch because we're up 12,701%.
exactly.
And we can look at the numbers, we can do a calculation. So they can look at this as, oh, you're down 74% or you're up 12,701%. They're picking and choosing, and they want us to feel this pessimistic attitude. And I refuse to accept it because I've seen those God handles, and I've seen them, and I know it's going to happen again because it's, in my view, it's inevitable. We just have too many things that we're offering as an ecosystem that no one else is, and users and developers are attracted to that.
Yeah, yeah. What does it do? I mean, I had Bitcoin for as long as I did. I never had anybody set up. I'm gonna start taking pictures of this and starting to post about it on the regular. But I shared before, Kara. I think you asked me how many people have I had. Um, I've shared obviously my barber, my masseuse, Manny Petty, um, somebody I worked with out with. I just who did, oh yeah, my buddy got it yesterday. It's just all around me. I'm seeing adoption happening, right? So that's just it's a reflection of whatever you believe, right? Whatever your foundation is. And for me, my foundation is solid. It's solid in my health, my energy. And that's what I want to share with anybody coming into this. If you're on here, you're listening for the first time, or you guys know me too, but it starts with you. It really starts with you. And I just think when the naysayers are loud like that, it's just look at the source, look at the people saying it, look at how they speak. How do you feel when you hear them talk? And most of them are just full of shit, and they have no foundational basis for anything that they're saying, right? I just, so I think that's important too. Take a look at who you're listening to and how they're speaking, and what they're about, right? um
Yeah, Juan, you said that you pay your barber, your masseuse. There's different people that you pay. And I still don't have people I'm paying first with P2P. However, this week I spent a lot of Caspa using Coinsbee.
Awesome.
For those aren't familiar, you can go on Coinsbee and get a gift card to Burlington, which I use that to buy my son some new school clothes this week. I got another card for Amazon on Coin. Send my dad some books. I disciplined myself this week and finally finished publishing two of my dad's latest books in ebook format and paperback, which was a lot of time. And I did that for days and finally finished both and edited them and all that. And I used Caspa to pay for that. And when my dad saw how many books he has coming his way, which was more than I usually send him, he went, "Wow, that's incredible." Right. And I could really only do that with Caspa because I don't keep that kind of money in my bank account. I use Caspa to basically I use it as a savings account. I don't even use it as a checking account, really. I just kind of use it to save money. But every now and then, if I'm having a week where I'm just paid my rent and I have very little money in my account, I'll pull some Caspa out and go shopping with it. And it's money, right? It's not some shit coin, it's money. And I love it. I was able to get everything I needed this week because of Caspa.
I love that. I love that. So yeah, Coinsby, I've heard of that through Silver. He'd mentioned that. So that's where explain that a little bit, Kara. Could you talk about how you can use Coinsby for some of the people maybe not familiar with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Coinsbee is a company where you can go online and buy gift cards using crypto. So even if you don't have Caspa, you can use Bitcoin. I believe you can use, let's see, I'm pulling it up right now. You can use Litecoin, Tether. There's a bunch, right? There's 200 different cryptos that you can use, and you can buy gift cards. There's over 5,000 brands of gift cards. And you might say, well, how do you go to McDonald's with it? Well, you can get a Visa gift card. You can get any kind of gift card you want. So you can pick a company like such as Amazon or Apple. You can get a Steam card if somebody plays games on their computer. You can get an iTunes gift card and you can buy it with crypto. And for women, if you like Sephora and you want to go makeup shopping, there's that. Or if you want to do DoorDash, Airbnb, Macy's, PlayStation, Uber, Disney, Delta, Best Buy, eBay, Temu, Walmart, you name it, they have so many. There's thousands of companies. And you can use crypto and just shop from your wallet. And then after you pick out where you want to go shopping, you add it to your shopping cart. It's just a gift card, a virtual one. And after you pay for it using your wallet, you wait for the payment to process, which usually takes about 2 minutes. It's not as fast as doing P2P, and there is a fee, but it's reasonable. And when you get it, it'll say redeem when it goes through and it's processed. And it gives you your gift card code that you can put into your shopping cart at the end of checkout, where you enter your gift card, and it works just as money. And I was able to use it at a physical store. I went to Burlington, a physical location, not online, and I just showed them my phone, showed them the gift card that had a barcode. They scanned it, and that was it. I was able to get my son some school clothes. So yeah, used crypto online, used my Caspa, and walked into a physical store and walked out with clothes.
There you go. That's using it though, right? That's adoption, right? So that's just how it can be done right now, but that's what it's about. And again, I think the narratives, and I think we do get this a lot from the Bitcoin side of things, is the hodl and hoarding it. And okay, I understand that part of it. It makes sense. I think you should hoard some of it, right? But also take some. The only way this is going to spread is if we do this person to person, business to business. So right now, I think that's a great tool. I appreciate you explaining that, Kara. I need to get on that because I haven't tried out Coinsbee. Um, And I'm
Yeah,
starting
for
to use it
those
more so
who
too.
aren't familiar, I'm just gonna spell it for people who've never been to the site. So it's COINSBEE,
Sweet.
coinsbee.com. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great. Um,
And yeah, I learned about this from Silver too, sometime last year, and I've I've definitely gotten good use out of this.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, it's a great tool. I'm gonna check it out for sure.
Yeah, I do prefer P2P because the fee on Coinsbee is a little high. So let me explain. I wanted to spend $118 for my dad's books, including shipping and tax. The fee was $10. So there is a bit of a fee. And when I used it at Burlington, I put $200 on it or something. I forget what the fee was, but it was not the minimal fee that Kaspa is. So they are charging that third party fee. And for me, it's not something that I would want long term for myself. I really want to have true adoption where I can just use Kaspa at the store. But this is one of those things where if I'm in a pinch, I need the money, I want to go shopping, I have at least an option. I have access to it without having to go through the process of selling the Caspa or putting it in the bank and waiting for the exchange to approve it or whatever. I can just buy a gift card and go and have a sense of freedom, right? And just do it. uh, so it's just another means of spending money. It's just another way to do it that isn't big bank centered, right? It's just another way to spend money and own it and spend it how I want, even if I'm spending a little extra on a fee. It's not my preferred way, but I'm willing to if I need to. It was worth it. And it was one of those things where my son just out of the blue said, Mom, I know you just bought me a bunch of clothes 2 weeks ago, but they don't fit. I said,
It's
What?
growing, growing. That's yeah. I'm experiencing the same thing with my son. My son's 12, and his shoe size just got bigger than mine, which I was like, how did this happen? So
My son's feet are
yeah,
13s.
I'm an 11. My son's
What
on. Yeah, it's
happened?
crazy. They grow
When
up
I
so
walk in the
fast.
front door,
What's that?
oh yeah.
They go, yeah, it
When I
happens quick.
When I walk through the front door, my son puts his hand on top of my head and says, Mom, you're so short. You're a midget. And I said, I'm considered a giant compared to my friend Nadia, right? She's from a country where they're small, and she looks at me like I'm a giant. And my son looks at me that I'm small because I have to look up at him. He's so tall, he can touch the ceiling.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I always mess with my son. I'm like, I'm gonna shrink you tonight. You're gonna be small. I want you to be a baby again. I don't like that you're. He's almost as tall as me. Yeah, he's getting there. He's gonna be bigger than me for sure. So
Yeah. I remember telling my son, I said, You're going to be taller than me one day. And he said, No, I won't. I said, Yes, you
it
will. And now he makes
happens.
fun of me every day. Every day he makes fun of me. Every day. He thinks it's the funniest thing in the world that he can just tower over me. Not by a little bit, by a lot. He's much taller than me. And he loves to remind me of that every but he's got some new clothes and I'm really proud of him. And yeah, I don't know what I would have done without Cass, but I would have said to him, Your son, you're gonna have to wait 3 weeks until I get
Yeah.
money, 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 money,
Oh, you
be on that hamster
well,
wheel.
you use the hardest, soundest money out there. So good for you.
Yeah, sure did. I felt really good about that.
All
And
right.
I felt really good about spending it and using that money on my family, spending it on my son, then spending it on my dad. I didn't spend any of it on me, but I felt really good just giving a little bit of that profit that I've had. I know that Caspa's gone down and for some people they're losing, but for me, I'm still in the profit. And so I wanted to enjoy some of the fruits of that and bless my family, get them some clothes. bless them with some books.
Yeah,
It just
that's
it made me feel
yeah,
good.
it's an energy of abundance. I shared a little bit, Kara, where I've lived off of I've used credit cards for the past 7 years, right? And fortunately been in a position and blessed where I've made money more than I need. And obviously being in crypto now and understanding Caspa, and then I bought a ton of Caspa last year, and I keep buying. I shared that I buy every single day, even if it's a little amount, and it's gone down. It's definitely gone down. I've a chunk of it has definitely gone down, but in the energy of abundance, I know, for me, money in my life has shown up in chunks. And I do think that that's an energy thing too, right? In terms of what the value that you can bring to the world and how money shows up in your life. So I think when you start doing that, I can tell you it. Yeah, I made a commitment once I got liquidated from the loan to. I said, okay, I'm not going to put anything else on credit cards. I'm going to start using this Caspa. I'm going to convert it if I have to. That's why I like that you mentioned the Coinsbee thing. I'm going to take a look at that. But I haven't put anything else on credit, and I'm using it. I'm using the Caspa in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, it comes up every single day for me. So I think there's an abundance to that, and it'll just attract, I think, more Caspa into our lives. And then obviously spreading this to people is another very important part of the adoption piece. And we can't lose sight of that. It's a really, really important piece to all of this.
Yeah, I agree. And even though I had years of people know my story, but before I went through that process of losing my sovereignty and having everything stripped from me, there was a point in my life where on my own I bought my own house, I had my own company, I had more money than I knew what to do with. I was able to make my own value and get more than I ever needed all the time without blinking. I could wake up and have more money than you can imagine by the time just waking up from sleeping. And that's what made me a target. That's why I got married to someone who stripped everything from me because he wanted it all and he took it all. But there was a point though where I really was able to create value. I could do the same thing again if I wanted to, but I'm just in a different headspace today. I just made so many new choices for myself and just decided that I wanted to have the life that I'm actually creating right now, doing what I do. And I'm content with that, right? But I get where there's um there's a choice, right? There's using your time for money, right? And then there's understanding value that has nothing to do with time, where you're basically making passive income. And I was very good at that. And I'll probably move towards passive income pretty soon. I mean, I already have some coming in because I do all the book publishing, so I get royalties every month. Um, but there's other passive means I'm looking to do, but not what I was doing before. I've completely changed my values in my life. Uh, there was a time for me that my greatest value was generating money, and now it's generating love and kindness and connection. And I spent a few hours before getting to work and getting into my normal everyday routine. I spent a couple hours just focusing on joy. What does joy look like? What does joy feel like? Going through the music, going through the feelings of that, listening to things. I was crying. I was sobbing this morning, just trying to feel joy, listening to beautiful music. I listened to How Great Thou Art in an opera format, and I just bawled within seconds. And for me, that to me, just sitting with that was more valuable to me than waking up with a lot of money in my bank account because I know what that feels like too. I know what that's like. And for me, it just felt so good to sit in the presence of a human talent that caused me to have so much emotion just elicited from me. To me, that's a really valuable, and I've prioritized that, I think. And I don't know, I think that's where I'm at right now. I just thought
I
I'd
love
share that. I
that.
know it's
You sound rich. You sound wealthy. That right there, Kara, like I'm smiling ear to ear because obviously getting to know you here on our seventh episode of Blockchain Banter and feeling your energy and I see growth. I feel it in myself too, and I see it within the community. Talking back and forth with we got Onion here, we got Bishop down there, we've got a handful of people in the spaces that I learned from every single one of you guys, and I just appreciate it. And I think, Carrie, you're speaking right to what really matters, right? We have this narrative and story that we built around money, and that depends on your upbringing, your experience with it, whether it's been plentiful or it hasn't, So it sounds like, I can relate. I've been on both sides of things. And I can tell you that the real richness, the real wealth in life is being alive. What I heard this from Alan Watts. I don't think I shared it on the space. Did a little podcast, sports podcast with Bishop on Tuesday, and I mentioned this on both of our episodes that we've done. But one of the beautiful things that he says is, people constantly ask themselves, what's the meaning of life? What's the purpose of life? And he says it, and I think it's beautiful. It's the purpose is to be alive. To be alive. It really is that simple. If you can find those moments where you're appreciating the music and you're having these, us having this conversation, us getting beneath the surface and like really feeling this shit. I think you mentioned, Kara, that, um, you haven't, you've been feeling things and like crying a little bit and not a little bit, you said more than you have in a long time in your life. And I think it's just really
a
cool.
lot.
A lot. Okay. So it's okay. I don't want to, I don't want to put it out there for you, but I think that's a big part of this is being able to feel. And I can tell you, I've shared it with this yoga practice. I never ever pictured myself doing it, and it's just every single time. It's a different ceremony for me, a different experience. I've had a ton of money in the bank, still okay, but it's. I wish people could have experienced what it's like to do that because you think you want these things and you end up having it, and but eventually you get to the point where it's like, okay, is this it? And that's then you realize, I know I have for myself. I'm very fortunate where it's like I've gotten to experience quite a bit in life. And those are the things that matter. The connection, the feeling that you get when you hear really good music or you're eating a really good meal, you're around really good people. That's what that shit's about, right? It's not about the amount that's in the bank account. And I think traveling the world, I've seen it with, people that don't have much. You see the joy. So that's awesome. I love hearing that, Kara. Big time. Super happy for you.
For me, when I had lots and lots of money, I didn't know who was really my friend for being my friend and who wasn't. It was really difficult for me to tell the difference. I was convinced people were my friends because they wanted to hang around me and they came over a lot, but they weren't there for me when I lost everything. They weren't there for me then. And I noticed that when everything was taken from me, I had a point where I cut everybody off because I didn't trust anyone anymore because I didn't know how many people were in on it. And in that, I had to reevaluate what is truth in a human being, what is authenticity, what connection is real, who who is real, who resonates with me authentically, who sees me, who has been through something similar. And my understanding of people and friendships and connections completely changed when I hit bottom. I began to see humans differently and relationships differently, and just so many things completely changed. Even being around wealthy people and them seeing me poor, a lot of them didn't know my background. They would just see me, but those that were authentic actually saw me. They actually saw that I'm not just someone that they misunderestimate, I guess is the best word, right? And people who had nothing were also able to see me and vice versa. And there's something to be said for when money is stripped out of the picture, when you're just soul to soul with human beings and you get a sense of what people's values are when money is not there and also when it is there. It just completely changed how I saw everything in the world. And even today, I have friends and acquaintances from all walks of life. And some people have different understandings of money. Some really appreciate sound money, especially in the Kaspa community. But there's other people that I talk with that have very little interest in money at all. And every time they get money, they give it away. Or they live day to day with no sense of saving, right? Because I have a wide group of friends that are not based on a common interest of finances. They're based on resonance and just what we relate to. And there's there's beauty in that is priceless, that you can't buy, that you can't find on an exchange, right? It's just something that you exchange with humans. And that to me is real wealth, is when you can go soul to soul with someone and see authenticity. And I think some people here may have seen those videos where there's frequency tests on human beings to see what people resonate with the most, and people resonate more excuse me, with authenticity than love. Authenticity is actually a higher vibration than love. And one thing that I have really focused on in the last 4 years is authenticity, not only in myself and learning who I am on a genuine core level and building my authentic self, but recognizing it in others, recognizing deception, recognizing people who are deceiving themselves and don't even know it. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. That's beneath the surface with me right now.
I love it. I love it. I love where you're at and where you're heading, and I think um, it resonates with so many of us. And I think the community appreciates who you are and what you're sharing and how you're sharing, and we feel the authenticity. So it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see you shine, Cara. And speaking of seeing you shine, I think that leads into what I wanted to have you talk about. I know you shared it on the blockchain banter on Monday, but I think many are probably aware of this, that you've gotten the keys to the Kaspa Unchained account. So I think it'd be great for you to share with us a little insight on that and with how that's gone for you, and whatever you can share about that.
Yeah. So the the technical term is that I'm a delegate to the account. So I don't technically have a login or the keys, but I can tell you that Yonatan does not have the keys. But I am a delegate and I have posting permissions and uh, a few other permissions, but I can't read any of the replies. I can't see when people tag Kaspa Unchained or anything like that. So there are some limitations. But for the most part, I do get to post, right? Which is the important thing. And it's an interesting story. On Discord, people were looking for someone to run the account. And I was surprised that no one had stepped up yet. I thought, really? Nobody? Really? Nobody? And so I made a offhanded comment. I said, well, I'll be willing to retweet for 3 months. The next thing I know, I'm being woken up in the morning by a recording from Kaspa Onion saying, hey, Cara, people are voting for you to run the account. I said, what? What? And I opened Discord, which I'm not even really active on there very much. And sure enough, there's a preliminary vote. People are saying, yeah, let her run it. And I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to be the winner. And then I looked at the numbers. I went, whoa, I have a 95% yes. What's going on here? And after winning the preliminary vote, it went to, I guess, an official vote for everybody. And I thought, well, there's no way I'm going to win. Come on now. And 95% of the vote, I won. I went, what? Literally shocked. I remember sitting there going, am I dreaming? Am I awake right now? Am I in the right universe? Am I in the right realm? Am I awake? What's going on here? And yeah, I realized that it was really happening. And one thing that it touched me so much, I started crying like a baby. I got all this support. You have to understand that I went years married to someone who made me feel like I had no support, no love, nothing. And to go all this time feeling alone and isolated. God, I'm not going to cry again. I have to think of rainbows or something. I got an outpouring of support from hundreds of people, not just voting for me, but talking to me, reaching out, leaving messages, talking good about me behind my back. Leaving DMs for me that just left me feeling so supportive. And I kept waiting for the hate. I was waiting for it because my brain is built that way. I've gone through so much trauma that I expect the negative to come, and so I'm working through that. I'm working through saying no, that's just my brain. That's not the reality. I have real support here. Accept it. Sit in it. And the support just kept coming. And I kept waiting for the hate. I kept waiting for someone to say, why the fuck would you want her to run the account? Who the fuck is she? Why do you want a woman running it? I kept waiting for someone to pull up something I'd said and then blast me for it. But that never happened. All I got was support from so many people, even the people that didn't vote for me. At least they had valid arguments. It wasn't hate. And I couldn't believe it. I had to reevaluate how I process support, right? And that was God sent. Even if I never posted anything on the account, just the fact that people said, you know what, I trust you. I think you'll do a good job. That for me was more valuable than even being given access to the account. I mean, just knowing that people have faith in me, that's priceless. So now I have access. I've made a couple posts, and now uh, I'm in the process of talking with devs because I feel that I have the support of the community and I'm making the community extremely happy. And I want to have similar support from the devs. And so I don't feel like I have that yet. I think that there's some trust I need to build up first and prove myself and maybe have some communication and figure out what they want that is also in alignment with what the community wants. And so I've been having some meetings. I'm going to have another one tomorrow night. So if you guys don't see a lot of posts, it's not that I don't want to post. It's that I want to make sure that whatever I post is something that gains the trust of the people who are putting their faith in me. Right? So I can't just post anything I want. I wish I could, but it doesn't work that way. And I really want to do a good job. And people have put their faith in me, and I want to make sure that I don't let people down. And that means not just doing a good job for the community, but I want to do a good job for those that have been building Kaspa before there was a community. It's important to me that I get this right for them. And it's a very difficult minefield to navigate because there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things to consider that most people wouldn't consider. And a lot of it I don't feel like I can talk about publicly because now that I'm in this position, I'm privy to private conversations about the account among certain individuals, and I want to keep their trust and faith and learn to navigate through that to make the account as good as I can while respecting their wishes as well. So I'm going to try to make everyone happy, but as everybody knows, you can't please everybody. but I do want to please as many people as I can because look, a lot of us have put our life savings into Caspa. We all know that this account has perceived value and it affects all of us. I mean, I have everything in Caspa. So if I do a bad job, my money goes down too, right? So I'm in this. I'm 100% in it. I want to do well. Uh, so I'm having to write and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite my post before I post it, just to make sure that number one, there's no errors. Number two, I'm not representing someone I shouldn't. Uh, that I'm saying something truthful, that I'm staying within my boundaries, that I'm following some guidelines. And there's a lot to consider, right? Uh, but I do want to say that I definitely feel that I can do a good job and I'm pretty resourceful and creative. And so are the people I've been talking with. And I think that we're going to figure out something that works for everybody that makes us all happy. I think we just need to hunker down and figure out what that is and just let her rip. So I'm down for it. I'm willing to do that. It's going to take some patience, right? It's going to take, uh, I might throw a few little tomatoes here and there, but I'm going to try to put something out that makes everyone feel like they're holding on to a diamond. Because that's what I feel Caspa is. It's a real treasure. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Juan. Sorry for
No, no,
rambling.
we love it when you ramble. I ramble too. That's well, this is we're bantering here, blockchain banter. That's what we're supposed to do. Ramble. Maybe give some others a chance. If you want to come up to the stage, feel free to request. Love to get people's opinions and thoughts. But yeah, I mean, Kara, you mentioned before getting into that with y- talking about how you've been practicing your authenticity or feeling like yourself. And I think that you're the perfect person to run that account now. And I do think we need to give some shine to Christian, because he voiced how difficult it was and that there were specific guidelines and rules that he had to follow. And I'm sure it's not easy, right? There's people that have put their life into this and see the account as a representation of who they are. And there's maybe identities involved with this and a lot of energy put behind what's said on that account. And I think as long as you're authentic and you voice how you see things, it really is about bridging the gap between um, what's perceived and what it is that they necessarily want to see with the account, right? So I'm sure there's things you, like you said, you can't really discuss publicly because we should um, respect what the devs have to say, or whoever you're speaking to has to say. But at the same time, I can see you bring a lot of authenticity to this, and that's what we need. That's what Caspa is, right? So it is a community. This is a community project, So even though Yonatan launched it, we're all a part of this, right? There is no CEO, there is no company backing it, and I think that's important, um, to remember and understand about what Caspa is. So it's going to be cool seeing what you do with the account, and at the same time we gotta give some shine to Christian for running it for as long as he did. It wasn't. We could feel it from the post, and I think he was gone for a little bit, and I see that he's back on X. But we got to appreciate what he did because it doesn't sound like it's an easy job. But I think you're built for it, Kara. I really do. You said that.
Thank you. I think Christian did so good. I really do.
I agree.
I know that it's not easy, and I think he rocked it with flying colors. You know what this needs? This account needs VPROGs. It needs two states. It needs to have the community what they want and what the
There
devs
we
want, and we
go.
need a VPROG template so that everybody's happy and both states are sovereign and recognized, and they're on the same. They
Yeah.
both go through their validity proofs, and everybody's happy.
Wow. So
That's what
that's
it
what
needs.
vprogs does. It solves everything. It like makes everything come
Yes,
together.
yep, that's
Holy shit.
exactly what it does.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, vprogs. We got to implement that. So yeah, make sure you bring that up to them. Be like, let's bring that up to the account so that we can get
Say,
this as well.
hey, Deb, we need you to make VPOGs for X.
Make it happen now. That's what we need.
Yeah, that would be great. Is there anyone in our audience who wants to come and connect with us or chat? Feel free to click that request button and join us on the stage. We'd love to hear from you and hear from your voices and your perspective of whatever may be going on. So don't be shy. We don't bite. Well, maybe a little. And by the way, this morning I put up episode 6 on my YouTube channel. So for anybody who wants access to the archive, you can go to my profile and click on my link tree, and you'll see all the archived blockchain banter beneath the surface episodes, all archived on YouTube. They are all on there. So at least that's up to date.
We got Onion. Onion just came up to the stage. What's up, brother?
What's going on? Beautiful spaces, y'all.
Onion, I'm so proud of you for getting a new person on board. Lit Swap, you convinced him to no longer hate Kaspa. Can you tell us about what that was about?
Oh yeah. That was actually pretty interesting. I really don't remember much of that interaction because I'm chronically on Twitter debating maxis all day. But I think for that guy, um, I basically just told him that I was like, look, bro, Litecoin and Kaspa, we literally have the same thesis. We both agree that Bitcoin's slow. We both agree that Bitcoin fees are expensive. We both agree that we like sound money. We both agree that Bitcoin needs to have more. I just gave a laundry list of everything we agree on, and I was like, why the hell are we even like fighting each other? Like, the only thing we disagree on is just the infrastructure. And I said, it's not even worth debating. And then I just purchased some Litecoin and I sent a screenshot, and he was just like shocked. He was like, what the hell? And then, yeah, now he's like totally open to looking into Kaspa. So now I obviously arguably know that Kaspa is like it's like alien technology compared to Litecoin. Litecoin is still using sticks and stones to start a fire, but I didn't have to go. I didn't say that to him, you know. But yeah, it went well.
How does it feel to put your pitchforks down at the same time?
Wait, what does that mean? I actually don't know what that means.
A pitchfork is people would use them to indicate that they're posturing, they're ready to fight, so to speak. So you two basically put your arms and weapons down, so to speak.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we both kind of were like, okay, cool. So we're like, we have there's like a truce, at least with that guy, between Litecoin and Kaspa. And honestly, it makes perfect sense. Like we're literally same thesis in a way. I'm not comparing Litecoin to Kaspa, don't worry, I don't want to upset anybody. But yeah. Um, so it felt good.
How dare you? How dare you?
I know.
Um, no, I noticed you picked up some Litecoin, and I shared that. That was my first. That was my first crypto that I got. I was paid in Litecoin my first year. Um, my first year on Coinbase. So
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I
yeah,
love
yeah,
it.
you're a pretty nice guy. It's just like you stick up for yourself, is what I noticed with. So yeah, he has to bring out that pitchfork, Kara, because some of the shit that people say. I mean, Onion comes with the kindness at first, but he doesn't let that shit slide when they come at him with crap. He's got to, throw it right back at him.
Exactly, exactly. If they're nice, I'll be nice back. I'll try to hold up a mirror, but as soon as they start taking a dump on Kaspa, I don't give a shit anymore. I will start flinging diarrhea at their face. But
You know, I want to give you props for that. I don't think you get enough support and credit for that. First of all, congratulations on reaching 3,000 followers today. You deserve it.
Damn, thank
And yeah, that you deserve it. And
so nice.
also, you and Warrior and Bert, you guys are not politically correct. You're obviously not polished. You're not afraid to say what's on your mind. You're very free speech in using it. And it's needed because not everyone has the same lack of constraints. I mean, there's some people that are bound by reputation because of different perceptions, or their jobs or coworkers are watching them, or they're under scrutiny. You guys are out there saying what a lot of us either are thinking or wish somebody would say, but maybe we can't publicly acknowledge that we agree with you because you're slinging diarrhea and using vulgarity and all this other stuff. But it's needed and it's appreciated because there's always a different way to connect with people. And you are connecting with people and meeting people at the frequency that they understand. And you're doing it. It's great. And I love it. And even though I don't always agree with the language, it's
Yeah.
not for me, it's for them. They're your audience. And I love that you're reaching those that need to hear it in the way that only you guys can really deliver that information.
Well, thank you. That means so much. I really appreciate it. That's like the kindest thing anyone has said on Twitter, on the internet. So thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot.
And
I mean, only you guys can talk about micro penises like it's something worth talking about. I don't get it, but go
It.
ahead, Juan.
Oh,
so I listened back. I listened back to I didn't listen to the whole thing. I listened about 2 hours of it today to the Caspa Bitcoin debate, just to go back to it because at the time when I listened to it, I didn't really understand mining, and I wasn't running a node. And I got to tell you, Onion, I don't know if you've gone back and listened to yourself when you got on. That's when I was introduced to you, and I remember
yeah.
reaching out to you right after that. But I just got to bring this up. I don't know if you realize or if you've gone back to listen to it.
Yeah.
But there was so like the energy in that space up until you came up. And if you want to share a little bit about that, I know maybe most of the people in here have heard your story,
Oh,
but
yeah.
after you shared that, I don't know if you remember. I think it was Christian that said it, but he was like, "I want to cry." That you're a Bitcoin maxi, you held 89%. I don't know what your percentages are now, but you held 89% Bitcoin. So what does that leave? 11% Caspa. And you
Yeah.
spoke about the sovereignty part of it. And it like, I remember being so touched by you getting up there and talking. I'm like, wow, this Bitcoiner just hit me right in the heart in terms of why I hold Caspa. He just spoke for all of us. So I think it's fitting and cool that you're here and that you hit 3,000 followers. And I don't know how many
Yeah.
you had. I mean, I think you just opened up your account this year, not too long ago. And
Yeah.
I know that you're one of the first people that I connected with on X. And I didn't have any followers either when that happened. And it's just so awesome to see you shine, bro. And it just reminded me of like why we love you, what you shared on that space and how you came about it and how you laid it down. And then again, I think it was Christian who said, "Oh man, I want to cry." And then I noticed they completely just didn't like dismiss what you said during it, and you had to come back and ask them, "Hey, would any of you hold $100,000 on a Lightning channel?" And it totally went over all their heads. But, anyways, man, yeah, if you want to chime in on that, and I just thought it was beautiful to listen back to that and hear you back then.
Whoa, dude. That's beautiful, man. I really appreciate it. Let's go beneath the surface on this one. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, if I remember correctly on that call, I had just really started scrolling Caspa Twitter. I mainly just used Twitter as like I just needed a notepad to just um jot down all my learnings about Caspa. I was just so obsessed with it. I only had like 200 followers at the time, and I was just like schizo posting about everything I was learning about Caspa. And then I saw there was a Spaces, and I was like, whoa, like I actually was deprived of Caspa content at the time. When I was in Caspa, I there was only Caspa Silver making excellent YouTube videos, but I wanted to see more content on YouTube. So I came to Twitter, and then I saw this Spaces happen, and I was like, well, this is like the first piece of content Kaspa that I've seen, and it's with Bitcoiners. I was like, I have to join this and like see what's going on, you know? And I joined it, and I was actually a little frustrated at the Kaspa community, not in a bad way, but I just saw that these Bitcoiners, they weren't really listening, but also noticed the people in Kaspa, they mean very well, but I think they were just talking about technicals, which is 100% correct, but I noticed that it wasn't reaching the Bitcoiners. They were talking about blocks, hash rate, mining, and I'm just thinking like I don't give a shit about any of that. Like I'm not here for I just don't want people to fuck with my money. And then I just realized that Caspa has less infrastructure risk with people fucking with my money. And so I guess I wanted to give a reason as to why I hold Caspa without using any technical wording, you know? And so that's kind of why I went on that space. I just needed and I also wanted to know what the Bitcoiners would think too. Um, because I figured, okay, well, these Bitcoiners, they're not understanding any of the technical jargon, right? All the people are insanely intelligent and they're sharing all this technical knowledge, and it just didn't look like the Bitcoiners were even understanding. So I was like, okay, well, let's try a different approach. And so I just shared um, sovereignty is the most important thing, and I realized sovereignty on Bitcoin is kind of it's only getting riskier and riskier as it ages, and I don't know, I just had to share it. And which yeah, also Juan, you're 100% correct. They didn't even address it. They just moved on. They swept it under the rug, and that also frustrated me too. Um, you know, they just moved on to something else. Like I don't know why the conversation didn't continue, if that makes sense. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, brother. It was beautiful. And again, listening back to it today for me, the first half of it, like you said, it had a lot of it went over my head at the time, right? So, I know Seb went on there, and then Eal was there, and then well, I mean, Wolfie gave a pretty good breakdown. um, and then they got into the technicals, and I believe it was before you shared that they came up there and started saying, okay, now sell me on it. And me as a business person, and as I guess technically as a sales guy, I was like, what are they talking about? Right? Isn't this one,
Yeah.
they named the debate, no, there's no second best. And then to me it's just like the egos on the side of the Bitcoiners, and how they were all older, and then come to find out. Oh, and I'm not sure if Caspa Silver spoke before you or after you, but you guys were the youngest people on there, and I felt you two understand Bitcoin better than anybody up there. And there was that guy Gerald, like he was the biggest. I'll say it on the space. He was the biggest douche of the three that were hosting, and they literally would hear. It was just the Caspa people would say all these things, but then when you came in, it was just for me, it was just that moment of, oh my god, listen to this person just speak truth. And you held 89% Bitcoin, and all
Yeah.
you were doing was bringing up valid concerns that any of us that held, at the time, I think I was more Bitcoin, yeah, than Caspa. That flip flop for me. But anyways, it wasn't really about that. It was, I just, same thing, the sovereignty piece. But yeah, man, it was beautiful hearing that back, and I like doing that. I like going back into the archives and listening to things, and with all the information that comes out, just going back and getting another feel for it. So it's a great listen. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And made me want to cry.
Damn, dude, that means so much to me, dude. I'm just some random fucking guy on the internet. That means
No,
so
no, dude. It was going back to what Cara talks about. That's what I feel from this community. There's so much
yeah.
authenticity. There isn't these agendas. We're asking legitimate questions, right? Not everybody understands this to the T, and we're not gonna get every little thing about it. And it goes to, with the devs, and Cara talking about how they have these expectations that they think on the account. And it's like, no, that we're all in different places and different aspects of understanding all this, and it doesn't need to be perfect. We have to be allowed to think and ask questions and learn. That's how this shit gets adopted. And again, I think most people don't even think about using money to begin with, and we're just the early adopters that want to know the details of these things. But it's just like people are all over the place with it, and it's really hard to organize this and see where everybody, and we're all in different parts of the adoption phase of this, and it's just like we're just so early to it. And it was just super cool. It was super cool to hear you bring truth. That's what it felt like, this truth bomb. And then, like you said, they just completely ignored what you said and went on with some other shit. And it was so that I got fired up listening to most of it, and I didn't finish listening to it. But your part was just like, oh my god, so refreshing. You, Casper Silver, like the most refreshing.
Hell yeah, Casper
Whole thing.
Silver killed it. He did
He
phenomenal.
did. He
Yep.
did. I like listening back to that. There were a couple things that he said initially that went over my head, but with him, he just knows his shit. I mean, he's been putting
Mm,
out beautiful content for 2.5 years now or something like that,
yeah.
and that he's so solid. He's so solid. So
I
yeah,
I remember I've watched his videos and stuff that he was the first guy I saw to find Caspa, and I remember joining that space. And I had seen Caspa Silver his thing went from listener to speaker, and then I saw his hand was raised, and I was like, "Oh God, it's get like the debate's about to start." I was so excited for him to speak. Um, but oh yeah, one more thing I just want to mention is I think something I noticed with the Caspa community is that and the Bitcoin dynamic is I would actually argue that yes, there was a spaces that took place, and there was also I can't even say the guy's name without laughing. Rajat and fuck. I can't even say this guy's name. I'm sorry, bro.
he showed up. He showed up on our spaces one time talking shit like a few weeks ago, didn't he, Kara?
Oh
We had Rajat on the spaces. Yeah.
God.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a few of them that are out there. You know who I think did a really good job also that needs credit from that space was Odie talking about his calculator.
Oh, I didn't get to
And
him yet. I think he's later on in that, so I didn't
yeah,
get to him.
he came in after Onion. And Onion, you know this too because I've told you, but I congratulated you within and immediately started following you and said you were so funny and
Thank you.
you said what needed to be said, and you completely shifted the energy in that room.
Wow.
And it got into the whole duffel bags of cash. You did that. I'll never forget that.
God damn.
And
That's crazy. Yeah.
would you store $100,000 on a lighting channel? No, 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 no. And then no one sat there to process what they just answered.
No, they didn't get it at all, Kara. Like throughout the entire, I mean, even after, because I know that Onion posted a video, but it's just amazing that I'd be interested in circling back and asking these guys, like, do you get it yet, or did you guys do any more research? Because a lot of them hadn't heard of Caspa till the call, and I
Yeah.
know that there were people in there like he was AJ Bitcoiner at the time. I think he was in the spaces, and now he's Caspa AJ. So I'm sure there were and people like me. I was on there anonymously. I didn't have a profile,
Yeah.
so I'm sure, so it was you're a big part of the reason Caspa's, again, the price action ain't shit. Where this is going, it's going places, bro. And you're a big part of it. So
Hell yeah. So are y'all. Y'all are now running spaces
yeah,
since
man,
then.
we got to. We got to.
It's awesome.
We got to bring people together. I'm sure there's gonna be more voices um, coming to the forefront and speaking up. So we need everybody, man. We do.
Yeah. It's something I just want to touch on real quick. I just made me think about it is I would also argue that right now, I feel like there's a lot of like pent up energy in the Caspa community, like since that debate. Because like I would argue a legitimate Caspa discussion has never happened. Like we've only ever been shut down and dismissed, and people have only asked one to two very surface level questions about Caspa. And this is also combined with the fact that it's actually not even about Caspa. It's the fact that like let's just say we deleted Kaspa from the planet and it doesn't exist. There's never been an actual debate within the Bitcoin community even critiquing Bitcoin. Like they think Bitcoin's perfect. So like in order to have an actual debate, we can't even like tell them about Caspa. We just have to start with telling them that like Bitcoin's not even perfect. So like but they don't even know enough about Bitcoin to even understand like to have that conversation. And so I think what I'm trying to say is that like we are so freaking early that there is not even a conversation yet and it hasn't even taken place. And I just remember that with Bitcoin, it took a while before a conversation actually started where fiat maxis were actually like, oh, maybe inflation is a big problem. Maybe we should look into Bitcoin. It wasn't until people felt pain in fiat that they're like, you know what, let's check out this other protocol. And right now we're warning everyone like, guys, Bitcoin's got issues and no one's listening. But I feel like a couple people got to get burned on Bitcoin before they be like, oh, you know what? Maybe let's look for another protocol. And I don't know. I feel like even though we've had spaces and stuff, and actually I think that's why the Caspa community is so driven on just like that's why we're so active on Twitter. We're trying to we just want a conversation. That's literally all we want. That's all we want. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's my theory. What are y'all's thoughts? I'm kind of rambling.
I have a question for you, Onion.
Yeah.
Okay, so you recognize that, which is that they don't want to have conversations, or at least we haven't heard the conversations of them critiquing Bitcoin. They just see it as immaculate and perfect. Here's my question for you. Have you heard any of them acknowledge or even question or even bring it up the fact that if everyone uses Bitcoin, that might be a bad thing? Have you ever even heard that, especially in the context of a one world currency? Have you heard that brought up at all?
They have never brought that up. And then if you do bring it up, they don't know how to react. That's when they start blocking. So no, I don't think I've ever seen them they don't fear that, I don't think.
Do you think they have any skepticism about having everyone use one coin? Isn't that kind of a centralized mentality?
I think I'm about to block you right now. No, I think
Yeah, I don't have a backwards K in my picture.
no, absolutely. It's centralized as hell to have one currency, absolutely. And so I'm not sure why they're not you're bringing up some very good points here.
Have they brought up anything at all that gives us a little wiggle room to say, "Oh, we agree on something"? Is there anything?
I don't I've actually very rarely I've never gotten a Bitcoiner to be like, you know what, we agree on half of it, except for literally one guy or two guys. There's two guys. Um, but they still won't even touch Caspa. There is zero desire to ask any of the questions. That's not what I've noticed. They don't really they're not
Have any of them
yeah, yeah.
have any of them acknowledged or been critical at all about the fact that Square is now accepting Bitcoin? Have they even said the cons of that, or is it all pro?
Ooh, they are all. This is it's. They're celebrating. They're jumping up and down. They're excited that Daddy, Daddy Cash App is gonna be letting them have permission to use their Bitcoin. This is good for them from there. That's the narrative I'm seeing.
And yet, no one's taking into account Lightning or the fact that if everyone starts using this, it actually is going to drive up the cost of transaction fees on layer one, and this won't actually help support the network at all. They won't even bring that up. It's just, oh, great, we're getting third party adoption. This is wonderful.
I know. They're not even adopting Bitcoin. They're adopting a layer outside of Bitcoin that has zero hash rate, can't be cold storage. I mean, y'all know the spiel I always do, but yeah, they're not even accepting Bitcoin, but they lie and they say, "Oh, we're accepting Bitcoin." It's like, no, I don't. Why are they lying?
It's called
All right,
it's called
I
Lightning,
want
right? It's called Lightning, not Bitcoin, and it's called Square. not Bitcoin.
Yes.
So start there, right? And this, I think this goes back to listening back to the, and I was really into the energy of that space is listening back to it. And it was like when Onion came and spoke, he resonated with people that were ready for that message, but all of them, it didn't register. It just they just weren't there on that frequency of what Onion was speaking to. Sovereignty, not having to use a third party. That's what all of this originally was. And Onion shared he's been in Bitcoin since 2017, and he wasn't. He's an adopter of Bitcoin. He just wants to use the Bitcoin. He doesn't want to use Lightning. There were a couple
Yeah.
other people on that call that said they didn't like Lightning, and then they went
Yeah.
in, then they went into the technical part of it. So yeah, it's interesting, and I think you're right, Onion, with where you're talking about. Where I think that people have to get burned before they start looking at another alternative or another option. But I think it just they can't see that they're essentially repackaging what we have right now in the system by going through layers on using money that hasn't worked. It eventually collapses. It doesn't work in the long run. So the whole narrative of sovereignty isn't really registering with a lot of people right now is how it feels. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. I actually I just chatted with a Bitcoiner today, and he basically just we actually agreed on everything, and then he said where he disagrees is he actually just says monetary debasement is the biggest issue. He says self-custody is a smaller issue. So he says if that is lost on Bitcoin, he doesn't care. He says as long as we don't lose inflation resistance, he literally said he doesn't care. Um so I mean he literally just spelled it out.
Yeah.
So if yeah.
So it's like what Kaspa's solving for is another level to that. It's actually well, Jonathan said it on a post, right? I don't know if you saw it, Cara, where the post that Jonathan put up about and not just he doesn't necessarily just see Kaspa solving the scalability issue. It's about going from the 10 blocks to eventually 100 and then dag night. Again, there's so much that this protocol is going to be able to do on the base layer that we've
Yeah.
never ever had, right? So Bitcoin's one thing. It did solve for that. It is a secure network with a lot of hash power, but that's on the base layer. And I think
Mhm.
these Bitcoiners, they're like, oh, this Bitcoin thing, it went up, especially when it goes up. We get a lot of the number go up, fiat maxis. They think they're going to get rich holding zero point 0.1 Bitcoin. And again, going back to what I said earlier, where a lot of people get into crypto because like they think they're going to make money or it's an investment. And that's one
Mm.
layer of it. But if you get a little bit deeper and have it not be about that, I think it goes into what we talk about here beneath the surface. What Kara shared with how she's feeling things. And it's just another layer of energy, right? And the money thing is in a sense, especially when it's going up, it's an illusion because you think you're going to have money and going to be able to do all these things and be free, and that's not really what it is. It's like I don't think people really understand the third party. So having a third person in your interaction without your consent, like that's what people are functioning all throughout the world like that. They don't even know it, so it's not even
Yeah.
registering, right? Just I don't know if that makes sense, but that's where I am with it. It's like, okay, you're cool now that we understand what's in how I never
Yeah.
really own my money when I give it to the bank, right? When you get there, yeah, it just doesn't register with them. That's the feel that I get. And it's entertaining to see you go at them because you literally understand Bitcoin better than fucking Michael Saylor, in my opinion. And
Oh,
Robert Breedlove and all those guys that run all the podcasts, like you put them all to shame, you and Silver. So you guys are
thank
way ahead of your time.
you as well. Everyone in Caspa. I believe everyone in Caspa is infinitely smarter than Sailor. Everyone in this space could totally school Sailor. Sailor doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's a smart guy, but yeah, um, they don't
Yeah.
really know what Bitcoin is.
At the time I would have been scared shitless to be up on that panel and speak. But the feeling when I was listening back, especially when they were getting into the technicals, because I understand some of it, I was like, oh man, I wish I was on that stage. I wish I was on that stage to say some of the shit back to these guys, especially when they were like, "Sell me. You need to sell me. You need to sell me on sell me." Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Oh, that got to me.
And oh yeah, that was it. Hey, you're on stage now. You're on
Yeah,
stage
yeah, yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah. I get to ramble.
There's one selling point that I have not heard people talk about a lot about, but I heard Yonatan mention it at least 3 times on his interview with Vlad. He mentioned the fact that Kaspa, when it has Dagnite, is designed to be World War III resistant. How come that's not part of our narrative? What is it about Bitcoin Lightning that can be
Mm,
World War III resistant? Because Lightning, how is that going to resist World War III?
that's
Yeah,
actually
it's next level shit, Kara. That's how I see it. You know, that goes to him playing. We're playing chess over here, and everybody else is playing checkers. You don't even understand the moves that are being made because you can't see them. You can't see them. They're such on another level, and unless you're willing to go deep into this shit and let go of everything that you think you know, you're not going to get there. And I see that with a bunch of you guys. You know, just you're willing to ask the fucking questions and really dig deep with this. You know, so yeah, that's my opinion on that. What do you think, Onion?
I'm actually curious. I'm gonna ask Cara, what does he mean by World War III resistant? Because I have heard that. I'm not really sure what he means by that. So even I don't even understand. But it sounds. I know lightning is not World War III resistant. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think part of it's going to take us having Dagnite and us really digging into what Dagnite is when we have it to go, oh, this is how. But here's a few things that I know already that are not necessarily Dagnite related, but definitely plays a role. We know that Key is putting a node in outer space. At least one node. I don't know how many, but at least a node in outer space, which gives us just one more resistance to missiles. Right. Now, I'm not saying that we can't have a missile war in our on our satellites because I'm sure that's something the Space Force has to deal with and stuff like that. But that is one thing, right? Is protecting our nodes outside of our continents. Also, with Dagnite, everything's going to be relying on the capability of the software that of the hardware that people have. It will not be uh, a situation where we have now. It's going to be my understanding. And I have very little technical knowledge, but just in layman's terms here, Dagnite is going to be something where if you have good equipment, then you're going to be able to stick around. And if we look at all of the different things that are in the roadmap, such as optical mining, that's something that's being looked at, which is solar mining. Can you imagine with Kaspa having solar mining? I mean, that's World War III resistant because even if you lose electricity and your neighborhood gets freaking bombed, you'll still have access to the sun, hopefully, unless it's all cloudy. But with a node in outer space, that resists the smoke, doesn't it? And so there's that to consider. There's the fact that hardware will become more efficient and the price hopefully will go down over time, right? But it also just depends on where technology goes and what people can afford and that sort of thing. But to me, it just looks like we're looking at a situation where we're investing in the longevity of Caspa. It's not just meant to be a coin that's great. It's meant to be a coin that's sustainable for generations. And Bitcoin is too. There's a lot of people who feel that Bitcoin is meant to be around for generations and it's the coin, it's the best thing in the world. It's money go up, number go up. It's great, great, great. However, if the whole world starts using Square, that's not going to support the network because it's not on the Bitcoin network, it's on the Lightning network. And if everybody starts using it, it's not going to support their network. And you can't have a coin have longevity if the network is not supported. With Kaspa, everything is supported on the network. So every time you make a transaction, even if you were using Square, if Square accepted Kaspa, it would still support the network. With Bitcoin, it doesn't because Bitcoin isn't scalable. And that's where I stand on that. I feel that Kaspa is meant to be around for a very, very long time, and it's being designed from the ground up to be able to handle as many transactions as possible, as many people as possible. And you can have something be World War III resistant if it's super, super scalable and super, super protected, and you have nodes in outer space or whatever, and you're able to eventually get solar mining going. I mean, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. Oh, Juan, I just saw your mic go off. Are you gonna say something?
No, no, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Oh, I actually forgot what I was gonna say, but I agree with everything you said, Kara. That'll be freaking awesome.
Yeah, that really resonates, Kara. It's just next level. Whatever we're thinking this is going to be, right? The surface level of it is, oh, look at the price of it. Look at what's happening. Kara, I'd sent you what the K Rory from the KII was in, I think in Dubai last week, and they were speaking, presenting Caspa to a lot, industry facing to a lot of these big players that are looking at Caspa and asking, okay, where can we get it? So people are becoming more and more aware of what this technology can do at a deep, deep level that we really can't wrap our heads around completely because it's like exactly the way you just explained it. I mean, we're putting a node in outer space, and this is going to be, if the internet were to go down in fragments, like, it's a network that could potentially, it would be the only thing, right, that would survive a catastrophic outing of the internet, I guess, or whatnot. So yeah, man, it's just really interesting to see what this is about. It's just a living organism that continues to evolve. That's how I see Caspa. Versus again, I think Bitcoin does have its place. It discovered it was a new discovery, a new technology, and that's what it is. These are technologies, and solving for the problems of the world. And I do think that we're just scratching the surface with the potential of what this can be.
Right. And that presentation that they did in Dubai, I have not seen a video or any audio recording of that. And does anyone here know if there's anything like that that exists so we can listen if we want to hear? Because I haven't seen anything. If anyone knows, let me know. But my understanding is they're really focused on clean energy. They're working with many energy companies. They're wanting to do a global energy transition, and there's many companies on board. And we don't hear a lot of that talked about. And if you think about it, what are the two most important technologies on Earth, right? We have energy, which is what Key does is energy. And the other thing is just technology in general. And crypto mining is it's creating value from that energy and having that energy exchange. And so that makes it inherently more valuable than printing money, printing cash, printing paper. Uh, and this, instead of being backed by nothing because our paper dollars are no longer backed by gold in the US, we have it backed by energy. And Key works with energy. And I think so much that there's so much potential in that. And it requires, in my opinion, it requires getting people to really change how they understand established patterns and established methods of energy and money, because this is revolutionary what Caspa's doing, in my opinion. They're really, in my opinion, having to convince people to try something new here. And that's hard work, but I think they're doing a good job. And I would like to hear more. I mean, I wish I could hear, I wish I was a fly on the wall and hear what's going on with them. I really do. They have a lot of projects. My understanding is that there were 23 projects that they revealed or were going to reveal during that presentation, all regarding a clean energy ecosystem. And we can get into the politics of whether or not climate change is human made or not, blah, blah, blah. But let's be real. I mean, Kaspa Key really does focus on the climate aspect of this because they're shooting for zero carbon emissions within a short period of time. This is with one of their partners, which is Zeta. And so it's Zeta Global, I believe is what it is. And they want to have zero carbon. And think about that. Of all the different energy systems and companies that are out there and all the collaborations, wouldn't you want to be involved with a project that is focused on clean energy, especially if the air is clean? Wouldn't that make it a little easier for your optical mining to have access to the sun? I mean, it just all goes together. I just wanted to share that.
It's lovely and beautiful, and man, it gets me excited just thinking of where this is going to go, because we don't know, right? It's a world for me that is outside of my realm, outside of my pay grade. But I can just, for me, it just goes back to, again, the energy thing and understanding that what's being built here we've never seen before. And I know that the big players like Key, and what they're doing, what they're talking about, the conversations that they're having, the energy behind those conversations. I did send you a video of Rory was on the, I don't know if he was on the blockchain banner, but he was on a space, and I sent that video. I can probably put a link to it, so if you guys want to hear it, hear what he has to say, what he had to say. It was pretty exciting, just knowing that the interest behind Caspa, the institutional interest in what Caspa does on the base layer, right? It's just Bitcoin can't do this, and Bitcoin solved for a lot of issues, but Caspa's on a whole nother level with it. So that's the way I see it. Um, Go ahead, Onion.
Sorry, not to change subject, but this is also kind of similar because we're speaking about energy. I'm scrolling Twitter, and I just saw Rover, Casper Rover. The Square stuff that just happened. Apparently, Bitcoin hash rate tanked. It's because it's all Lightning, and if we're talking about energy and making the world a better place, um, I don't know if like in a weird way, Lightning is siphoning that and just ruining it kind of for everyone.
We have two new speakers on our panel. It looks like we have Buffalo, and I just accepted Cass Cat. It still shows as listener, but I did accept you, Cass Cat. Buffalo, do you
Hello.
want to say anything? Or Buffalo?
Yeah. Sorry. I just got home. I just got off of work, so I was listening on my way home from work in the car. Um, so I'm a little not in the know since I wasn't here earlier. But going on what you were talking about with the KII, I think is really well. It's awesome. I mean, if you can have a technology that is zero carbon emissions. I mean, and like you said, whether well, we can talk about the politics, but either way, like we're not we're not making it worse for the planet, and that's a wonderful thing. So why wouldn't we? If we have the tech to do it, then why wouldn't we make it so we don't have to worry about carbon emissions? So I'm stoked on that. I'm really happy and proud to be connected to this project and have KII be pushing for this for everything that they're pushing for with these connections with using Caspa and using its base layer for transactions is going to be great and huge. It just makes me kind of wonder what is our timeline, because I know it's changed. But do we have a timeline for a a native stablecoin for Kaspa? Does anybody know?
I don't know of a specific date, but I do know that the talks are still happening with Circle and Tether. And just speculating here, if I were Circle and if I were Tether, I would wait until we at least have Eager Labs to have their smart contracts out and or VProgs. That's just my opinion. I don't. And here's where I come up with that opinion. If stablecoins wanted to, if Circle and Tether wanted to do this now with Casplex, they could. There's nothing stopping them. And the fact that they haven't announced plans or anything leads me to believe that they're waiting for something else, a different way of releasing that. Otherwise, they would have said something by now, is what I think.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. I'm in the same boat as you. That's what I would expect. But I'm just wondering if we're going to get native stablecoins on layer one, if that's possible.
Well, think about VProgs, right? So VProgs is two sovereign states on the using atomic composability that acts as a layer one, even though it's technically mostly on the layer one. Feels like, I think, is the better word, because when
Yeah,
Michael Sutton said it, he said it feels like it, and then he winked. So there's more to it than that, but the validity proofs will have it working as if it's on a layer one, and essentially. So if a stable coin wanted to be native, it could use a native like environment that bridges two sovereign states. This is not my field house. Um, I would listen to Michael Sutton's thing on that, or Fresh Air's summary, or reading the yellow paper. But I would think that, yeah, once VProgs come out, stable coins will be not only not a problem, but there'll be multiple uh, ways that they can be compatible with us, because we'll have a
yeah,
template that allows them to just pick and choose how they want to run it or do it.
yeah. No, I mean that makes complete sense to me. Um, and yeah, I mean we want the best version. We don't care if we have to wait. I mean, I think that's the thesis of most Caspians. But yeah, thank you for breaking that down, because that makes sense. So sometime next year, got it.
I don't see why not, unless it's purely financial. And that's another thing too. I've not really gotten clear answers from this. I've even had conversations with different AI about this. If a stable coin comes out, it needs to be backed by USD, right? It needs to be backed. So there needs to be funding there, right? So how does that work as a stable coin? Who puts the money out? How is that? I don't understand how this all works. Where is that coming from? And how is it guaranteed? Does anybody know
It,
anything about stable coins? Because I want to be educated here.
yeah, I know. I mean, I know a little bit. I know that part of it's a reserve of cash, but a lot of it is like government bonds. I think that's what they have. It's like that in cash, and then maybe something else. But for the best of my knowledge, when they have stablecoin, that's what they're using. So it's government-backed bonds, and then that's why Trump was so stoked about it, because these stablecoin issuers are actually investing. They're investing in America with these bonds, um, and that makes Trump happy. So that's why he's pushing the Genius Act, because the more people who are doing that, because we're losing a lot of money from China and Japan. Like they're cashing in their bonds and not reinvesting. So this is um, a good way to stabilize the American dollar.
Okay, so you mentioned stabilizing the American dollar, and that brought up a pain point for me. This whole 50-year mortgage crap, I'm sorry. That's the first thing that popped up in my head when you.
Well,
I can't
well,
even tell you how bothered I am by that.
well, I think that it's an option, right? So if you want to buy a house for your grandkids, you can do that. So, but even with that, it doesn't mean that you can't pay it off sooner, right? But I mean, we have the housing is he can't the government can't go in and be like, okay, you can only sell your house for this much. So what's the workaround? We have a lot of homes that are empty, and a lot of people are younger and aren't able to buy a house because it's like, four or $500,000 and up, right? Depending on where you're at. I know here in California, it's like 800,000 starting, at least in my area. But I think it's just kind of a workaround to get people in homes, which I'm not against. But if they didn't allow me to pay it off sooner, then, well, me or anybody, then I think that would be an issue. But it's what it is it's an option, right? Whether I agree with it or not.
It's an option to spend more interest for a longer period of time.
There
Yes,
you go. Yeah,
exactly.
it's a tool to enslave and indebt our society, and to have people work longer and to stay stuck where they're at, because you're mortgaging your future in order to live today. So that's what a credit based system does. So all that means is, hey, let's stretch this out 50 years so we can kick the debt, the money that we don't have, that we're not producing enough of, that we shouldn't be, like the whole concept of loans for me did not make sense. And then when I understand, okay, credit cards, cool. For me personally, I always would make enough money. And I understand it's not this way for a lot of people. It's like, because you get pitched the American dream, and people want to live in a home. And I get that. I get the human side of that. But what it is for the economy is just, okay, more people are going to take out these loans, are going to put debt on themselves, are going to be enslaved to that. And the stable coins to me are an illusion, right? We think they're stable. It allows the governments to print their money. They have to be backed 1 to 1. And what it does is, when they do that, when they print money, it enslaves, and it actually devalues the dollar long term, and it takes away from people that save in that dollar or in that stable coin over the long haul. Go ahead, Kara.
If you think about it, also, in addition to that, if you think about the people and the age in which they might begin wanting to buy a home, as soon as a child becomes an adult, maybe in the first few years of adulthood, by the time they're 25, maybe they're thinking of getting a home. So they apply for a 50-year loan. That means when they reach
Yeah.
75,
What the fuck is?
they're going to need to be working, and then they miss their payments because they fall down, they're old, they can't. People age, the body falls apart. And so what? They end up losing their home, and then I mean, this is just a disaster.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
I mean, I can see it. So, I mean, okay. So, just sharing from my perspective, and again, I didn't even realize this until in my mid 30s. But I personally have never taken a loan out or bought a house in that way, right? And I've seen just what it's done to some of my friends, some of my friends that ended up getting divorced because of this and all that. And I remember having to help them through some of these years. But that's what it does, being in a debt based, credit based system. You mortgage. Okay, you got to take out a loan, and if you have to take out a 50-year loan, you shouldn't be you shouldn't be doing that. You're totally giving away your energy for all that time. And I get it. I get the whole wanting it to buy a house. So that's why it's a struggle. It's just a struggle. But I see the game there. They're just trying to stretch out the debt and put people in debt so they can print more money.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get your perspective, Juan.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I think for me, the way I look at it is it's just another option. I'm not saying it's a good option. I would never take out a 50-year loan for a house. I would just buy some land and build one. Like it's crazy, but just to have as an option, and people can decide if this is a good idea for them or not. And like, same thing. It's like if you want to pay it down faster, you can still do that. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying at least you have that option in this quote unquote free country we have, right?
You
Yeah.
remember when people talked about the good old days in the 1940s or whatever, where people could buy a house and have it paid off with a year's salary?
Yep.
And now we're looking at 50
And
years?
what was money back question? What was money backed by back then?
Gold.
Right. What happened in 1971?
Yep.
Nixon.
All right. So here's the natural state of a free market is deflationary. And this is something that I don't think registers for most people when they hear that. So what that means is if we let productivity happen in a free market, entrepreneurs would build, they would create, technology would be amazing, and we would all benefit in a free market where the money isn't it isn't controlled. There's no interest rate. We're trading in a free market. Prices fall to the natural cost of production in a free market, right? And that concept is very difficult for most people to really put their heads around because we've lived in a credit based system. We've always been like, oh, I want that house, prices go up, I need to take a loan out, right? But if you actually look at things for how they naturally should work, and then understand the system of the credit based system and what that's doing, it's you're mortgaging your future. That they're taking your energy. Just think of money as energy, right? Money is energy. You're mortgaging your energy that you don't haven't even like given them. I don't know if I'm explaining it. I'm kind of at a loss for words here because it gets me fired up thinking about what this is going to do for most of us understand it, and we're not going to
Hmm.
take loans out, and we're kind of smart about it. I just think about the people who don't think about it, like, oh yeah, let's take out a loan. I think about how my dad's thought his entire life. Oh, I want to get a house, I want to get a house, and I've stopped him from throwing away his money, and it's been a very big time battle for me for over the past 10 years with my dad. Oh, I want to buy a house, want to buy a house. And I finally have him in a position where he allowed me to manage his money over the past year, saved in Bitcoin, saved in Kaspa. And even with Kaspa going down and just him living more on a sound money standard, now he has the money saved up where, maybe he can get a house if he wants to and take out, but it's just different. It's a different energy to come to it with. Um, So I just think it's overall a bad thing. I don't,
Yeah.
most
No.
people that are going to take out those loans like that are going to be ass backwards, and they're going to feel it in other areas in their life. That's how I see it.
Yeah. No. For everything that I save in my investments, um, I don't plan on buying a house until I have. How do I say this without sounding like an asshole? I don't want to. I don't want to buy a house using my own money, and I'm not going to get a loan.
I
So this is why we invest, right?
right.
So that's how I would do it. So if I like we've talked about this, like, what are we going to do with our Caspa? You want to hold long term, you don't, and everybody's different, but that's what I'm going to end up doing when it hits a certain point, which I think is going to be a lot. I think the Caspa train is going to be so fucking crazy that it's going to boggle our minds. So when that happens and it hits, 5, 10, $15, yeah, I'm going to take a little bit out and go buy a house. I'll probably buy property, um, and make it self sufficient.
And
Whether it be a farm or whatever. So I'm going to use that property as just creating energy that I don't have to work for. That's the whole idea.
there
That's
you
how I
go.
look at it.
There you go. And
Yeah.
that's different. And that's different, Buffalo. Like you're talking about, okay, you actually have the assets to.
Hmm.
It's actually very similar to how I looked at building a business. So I built a business over 7 years. And I never, again, I used credit over the past. You weren't on the call when I shared this, but I used credit to live my life over the past 7 years, and I'm making a transition right now. I'm just trying to. I'm not using credit and totally using what I have, right? And then I'm trying to use the Kaspa. I'm converting that over. It's just a little experiment because I haven't done this in a long time. But even when I used the credit and the credit lines, there were, I never put more on credit than what I could. Uh, I paid off my credit every single month, right?
Yeah, that's how you're
You see
supposed
what
to
I'm
do it.
saying? So that's
Yeah,
what you're saying. You're gonna have the assets. You're gonna have enough in assets where even if you do use the credit-based system, you do use a loan, you're not gonna be ass backwards on that. That's a smart way to do it. That
yeah.
unfortunately is not the way most people use that shit.
Well, and yeah. Well, and also for how many Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, like what else is their other
Right.
choice, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the shit that sucks. Once for me studying this and understanding the credit based system and what it does for most people, most people aren't really in our situation where they're going to be able to make a decision like that. It's just, again, 7 billion people in the world don't have assets and they are
Yeah.
living for that day or that week, So I'm thinking
Mm-hmm.
about them, right? Like that, those are the people that are going to take out the 50-year mortgages, and they're just going to be more, they're just enslaved to the system. That's what happens.
Quick question before we move on. Do you remember 2008 in the bubble?
Of course.
Do you think this is going to happen again
Oh
through
my
this
God.
50-year
On
mortgage?
a whole nother level, bro.
Yep,
It's gonna be, yeah. I don't know, but it's, yeah, yeah. If you have some Caspa, keep stacking it, and again, I think we need to use it and spread this around because it's just like these conversations are important because these are the conversations that people aren't having about money, right?
absolutely.
About saving in a sound money system, price action, right? Because if you've been in Casper for the past year, if that's where you're at and that's what you see, you're missing the point. And I've
Yeah,
shared before, if you're like, oh shit, I need to get out of this, right? Because the price goes down, you're probably a little overexposed. You probably have a
yeah,
little bit more than you need to have. So I recommend don't put all of it. Like having some cash to make sure you're living, you're good and you're set is the best way to go about this.
yeah.
Um,
I agree.
so it's about it's literally about changing a frame of how most of us have thought our entire lives. I mean, we were born into the system, and giving Bitcoin its credit, Bitcoin kind of flipped that for us. It gave us a complete different option, and then Caspa's evolving that, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, this is the education that people need, but
exactly.
unfortunately, I mean, dude, I swear, like 90% of what I learned in school was a waste of my
Oh
time,
my
and I
God,
knew
right?
it, and I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Same here, bro. That's why I just paid attention to football and girls. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, you know what? That's hey, but look where you're at. So there you go,
Exactly.
bro.
No, no. All my stuff is from all my stuff is from being in sales and going into these people's houses and having
Yeah,
conversation with people that had money and finding out the truth from some of them. Yeah, man, this is like real life shit. So that's why these conversations are super important. Cara, you have your hand up. You're a co-host. You can speak whenever you want and interrupt us.
Yeah, no, I can't interrupt
Yes, you
between
can.
yeah, just like
Yes, you
no.
can.
I'm not comfortable doing that because it requires me raising my voice and it hurts my throat.
Okay.
Um, so I just wait. But I have a question, and anyone here on the panel can answer if you have the knowledge on this. If I or anybody here wanted to buy a house and use Caspa to borrow against it one day to do that, how would that happen without completely risk losing your home? Because we've seen in Juan, you know this with leverage and or I know Christian lost money with leverage. What is the least risky way to buy a house using Caspa through borrowing or investing? And I realize a lot of this is future based, but just hypothetically, how would that go around? How would that happen in the ideal situation?
Bishop has his hand up.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I was just listening to this great conversation, and then as a guy with three mortgages and a home equity line of credit, I thought this might be the time for me to jump in. Um, I tell you, I got lucky. I bought my first house in 2011, and my wife and I kind of grew this little rental business side hustle thing, and we've been leveraged through mortgages, and we've had rates as low as 3% and as high as 6%. And as you continue to refi, you continue to go underwater. But the only way it makes sense for us is to have rental properties to help pay for the mortgages, because even if we had just one mortgage and no rental properties, it'd be way harder to live based on that debt-based system. But to Cara's point, I think something that and correct me if I'm wrong, Juan, because I don't know the situation exactly, but if you're leveraging the Bitcoin or Kaspa for the property, you can't lose both. You're either going to lose the Kaspa or lose the property. So it's almost like an even exchange for fiat, and you actually might be more secure leveraging the crypto for the asset, because as the crypto goes up, sure, you got rid of that, but the asset's going to go up too. So that property is going to raise in value, not one to crypto, specifically the project, but you're not going to risk losing both. So there wouldn't be a way where your Kaspa is leveraged against a property at, you know, a $200,000 property for 200,000 Kaspa. Kaspa goes up to 400,000. The bank's happy, keep the house. They don't care, you know. But if Kaspa drops to, you know, 80 cents from a dollar, and now it's worth 160, you're not going to lose the house and the Kaspa. They're just going to take the wash on the Kaspa, but you can't leverage it anymore. You won't be able to get it back. But then you're basically into the house for free again, but you don't have the Kaspa. But you're not going to owe money on something that you've already lost if you're putting up the Kaspa as leverage, if that makes sense. So it would actually be a more equitable exchange, and you wouldn't actually risk all those interest payments either. So it would actually, in my opinion, be the sound way to go. And I think, to, you know, the points that we've heard from Buffalo too, like that stuff we grew up on, and I mentioned this on the show with me and Juan on Tuesday, like you were told growing up, wife, kids, husband, kids, white picket fence, you know, all that shit. Get the dog in the backyard too. Like, this is the dream that the conventional family was supposed to chase, and you're supposed to do it through the conventional wisdom of how life was built. And you get the job with the pension. Well, guess what? Pensions don't exist anymore. And you know, an average yearly salary is like $100,000, but most houses are worth, you know, 300,000. So you're 1/3 of what it costs to live anyway. So it's tough out here on the conventional standard. So as long as we continue to steer into sovereignty from what that system is, we will carve that path. It's not going to take a centralized entity to tell us what that path is. And I think that's the coolest thing of what's happening now with Kaspa, because also, just to piggyback on something from earlier too, like, not begging the exchanges for acceptance and Kaspa still not being denied in its use case and its value is like, yeah, we don't need the exchanges for the value of Kaspa because it's proof of work. It works. There's the proof. Getting on Binance isn't the proof. It does help with those who don't understand that. So that would be helpful to us who have that other perspective. But as it goes now, stick with sovereignty. Stick with pushing your perspective through that sovereignty, and you won't need credit to buy a house. You will have your own Kaspa to make that purchase, or Bitcoin, or whatever proof of work shows up in the next 10 years. Like, it's all going to evolve, but it's going to evolve through sovereignty.
Thank you for sharing that. It seems like you have a lot of knowledge in that. One thing that made me think about something you said is, if you lose your Kaspa and you have the house, but you have no more Kaspa, and let's say that Kaspa you were relying on to pay future property taxes, how does a person, aside from having rental properties, what would be a good sort of hedge against that, to just be prepared to pay for a lifetime of owing the government?
Well, that's the dream, right? You want to. One of the things that I look forward to with Kaspa is making it cyclical, right? So you can't just take from the system; you also have to give back. But then, as you're taking, hopefully you're getting from, right? So if you can produce income somehow in the form of Kaspa to help pay for those taxes, a la what a pension would be. So as Buffalo mentioned, like, you earn and you invest, and as you invest, you have your dividends, or however that looks. But there's not going to be an infinite supply and you're not going to over leverage yourself either, right? So if your leverage amount is 200,000 and you only have 200,000, then just like now, it's not a good idea to buy the house, right? Because you don't have the proper amount of leverage and cushion to operate. So even if you leverage your 200,000, you're not going to be able to buy groceries. So I would say it's just more being aware of what your situation is. But in my full hope for what Caspa is going to be is that cyclical ecosystem that allows Caspa to come back to you through even through what you do for publishing, right? Like if you're able to generate Caspa through that, you can leverage what you need to for a property, but your taxes will get paid in your work through the publishing, right? And I think that's the dream, is to create cyclical nature of Caspa.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Buffalo.
Yeah, go ahead, Buffalo.
Yeah, Bishop, you fucking nailed it, dude. No, absolutely. That was really well said, and I'm glad there's people here to listen to what you just said, because that right there is that personal experience is a huge education to everybody listening. Um, yeah. So of course if you have 500,000 Caspa, right, hits a dollar or whatever, you're not going to be like, okay, I'm going to go leverage this for this amount of money. You're not going to make that decision. You're not going to go all in like you did on Caspa, right? Because that's not necessarily a bad idea. But you're not going to leverage yourself to the point where you, like you said, you can't buy groceries. You're going to be smart about it. You're going to be like, okay, well, I have a million Caspa and I can leverage 200,000. That gives me plenty of cushion. But also, you makes a solid point. If you can get a passive income, like some people like to do dividends, or some people like to have small businesses, right? Or like you're going to sell some Caspa stuff on your website, or whatever, right? You have a friend who does some artwork and you give them a little piece and then you sell some t-shirts or whatever, or depending, whatever it needs to be. But having multiple streams of income to support your very smart Caspa habit, I think, is really important. um, so kind of look at it that it's like, okay, well, how am I going to get more Caspa? It's like, okay, well, just figure out another stream of income. Like for me, next week, I'm really, really stoked. I'm doing a test to get funded for my trading account. Um, I trade, stocks. Well, I trade like the NQ and the ES and stuff like that. So I'm going to go in and try to get this. It's $100,000. They're going to back me if I pass the test. I think it's like a week of being profitable, right? Anything over $75, which is not that difficult. And that'll be a stream. And sometimes like I'll just do some paper trading and I accidentally made like $700 in 13 seconds because I study the charts and I know what's going on. But I still like to have a job, but I can get up in the morning, I can do that. And that right there is going to fund my Caspa habit and my habit of, you know, wanting to be sovereign and just saving for the future for me and for in the future when I have kids or a wife. Like that's what that's for. But having these multiple streams of income, no matter what they are, or even if they're little, even if they give you like 20 grand a year or 40 grand a year and it doesn't take very much energy for you to do it, why not?
I appreciate that. I appreciate learning from so many of you, and thank you for sharing your knowledge and your experience. Juan, I think you were going to say something too. What were you going to say on that?
Well, I think Bishop and Buffalo touched on it. I think they're both spot on with how to go about this. This is where the Bitcoiners that talk about saving in Bitcoin and then just holding your Bitcoin and then pricing everything in Bitcoin, right? Again, Caspa's been around 4 years, and obviously it's been in a bear market over the past year. But if you take a look at Bitcoiners who adopted it early, and let's say somebody like Onion who's had it since 2017, you look at what how much expenses in life have depreciated for him, where people who saved in the dollar, who saved in fiat, things got more expensive. I love the example about a house priced in Bitcoin. the average cost of a house, and I may butcher the numbers here, but it's the idea. 10 years ago was somewhere around, in the US, was somewhere around 250, 300 grand. And now the average price of a home here in America is somewhere between, what is it, like 450, right? That's priced in dollars. And if you price it in Bitcoin, I want to say, 10 years ago, it was what, 100, maybe more than that. I can't remember the price of Bitcoin off the top of my head. And now priced in Bitcoin, the average house is, 2 Bitcoin, right? So if you were saving in that sound money and you held it like that, and you understood that holding sound money like a Bitcoin, like a Kaspa, life is going to get cheaper in fiat terms over time. So yeah, if you don't, like Buffalo brought up, if you have 500,000 Caspa and it appreciates to a dollar, okay, it doesn't make sense to go out there and leverage all of that. Maybe you can take a little chunk of it. And then I do think there'll be, because there are Bitcoin backed mortgages, I think that are being talked about as well. And I do think that's a better option than taking a loan out and putting fiat up and not having it backed by anything sound, right? I think it's better to have it backed by something more sound like Bitcoin, like a Caspa. So yeah, I just wanted to add that in. But wonderful points by Bishop, man. I love when Bishop comes up and schools us, because that man has a lot of knowledge. And yeah, I appreciate what Buffalo had to say about that too. Really good stuff, guys. We have Cascat's been on the stage. We haven't heard from you, brother.
Hey,
Good
how's
to
it
see you.
going? Good evening. Good evening. Hey, so I
Evening.
wanted to just back up uh, about this whole World War III resistance. Uh, when Yonatan mentioned it on, I think it was Vlad's podcast. That was that 7-hour podcast. It kind of intrigued me. He talked about latency and whatnot. So I went and researched it a little bit. And so I want to share that with you guys since you all were asking about it. It says the yellow paper says DAG Knight works around an impossibility result by allowing its transaction ordering rule to be agnostic to latency, while its transaction finality depends on a latency bound configured locally by the user. Right, and so that made no sense to me. And so I went on ChatGPT, and it laid it out real nice so that I can understand it. And so here's what ChatGPT says about DAG Knight and global latencies. What is DAG Knight? DAG Knight is Kaspa's next-gen consensus upgrade designed by Yonatan Sompolinski and Michael Sutton as an evolution of GhostDAG. It makes Kaspa faster, more secure, and more adaptive than classical blockchains. Why does it matter for global conflict latency? Yonatan has pointed out that DAG Knight is built to keep Kaspa functioning even if global network conditions get chaotic. For example, internet shutdowns, regional outages, high latency due to war, cyber attacks, or, or infrastructure failure. In other words, DAG Knight is engineered for a world where the internet doesn't behave nicely, right? And so how does it achieve this? It says DAG Knight is not bound to a fixed network delay assumption. Traditional chains assume a maximum delay delta. In the world, if the world exceeds that delay, as in Bitcoin, ETH, they can break. DAG Knight removes.
Oh, did we lose him? Or is that me?
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Yeah, I don't hear
Same.
him either.
Last word I heard was lose.
He's in a lightning channel.
He was cut by the man.
Oh no.
I'm trying to silence you,
We
Cascat.
need DAG Knight right now. Get him back on board.
Come on,
Yeah.
Yonatan.
Let's get him a duffel bag of cash.
I'm sure he'll sort it out. He was kind of in the beginning. He was kind of laggy for me, so maybe he got internet cut or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it shows he's reconnecting.
Okay, cool.
I love what he was saying though about the latency. This is what we were talking about, is that with Dagnite, the hardware is really your only limitation. And if your limitation is only with how much latency is in your hardware, that seems that it would have a really profound effect in the event of a war. Because if you have a really good hardware and couple that with the possibility of it being optical photonic mining, the possibilities are pretty cool. It looks like he's back. Let's see if we can have him be a speaker. Hold on a second. I just invited Giga Cass. Sorry, I thought you were Cass Cat. Let's see if Cass Cat comes back on.
Ignite's not up and running on my cell phone here. So anyway, I don't know where I left off or where this whole thing broke off, but anyway, I was,
Your last
you
word
guys,
was lose. Your last
what
word
was
was
that?
lose. Your last word was lose. You were reading something, and the last word was lose.
Lose.
Yeah, you were
Oh
talking
man,
about latency. You were talking about latency and
right.
reading from an AI that the AI had explained to you what you
Okay,
were
yeah, yeah.
talking.
High latency due to war, cyber attacks, or infrastructure failure.
Yes.
So, in other words, Dagnite is engineered for a world where internet doesn't behave nicely. How does it achieve this? Dagnite brings three core innovations. It's not bound to a fixed network delay assumption. Traditional chains assume a maximum delay. If the world exceeds that delay, like with Bitcoin and ETH, they can break it. And so Dagnite removes that reliance. It adapts dynamically to whatever delay the real world throws at it. And so it uses K cluster analysis. Now, this is a little more detail. Observes real-time latency across the network, identifies where the honest majority is, adjusts block ordering and confirmations accordingly. This means that even massive latency spikes won't cause chaotic reorgs. And then it goes on to say it can stay secure even if half the network is delayed or adversarial. This is extremely high compared to classical blockchain assumptions. Uh, so it aligns perfectly with, well, no, this is this is now the wrap up. But so that's pretty much it, right? I mean, it's Dagnite is basically removes latency as a constraint or an Achilles heel, as it is for all other blockchains. And so it's pretty cool, especially, everybody's all wound up about vprogs here. I haven't really, I've seen some really good uh, information rolling out. I haven't had time to really get into it, but man, we're we're in a good place right now, guys. It's crazy. I'm just pumped up, excited. I hear all you guys talking about, you know, what you're doing to gain it, try to get some extra money to buy more cash. And I'm the same way. My goal is to take my bank account as close to zero, uh, you know, every bill cycle, and everything else that's not designated for bill paying is buying cash. And so I'm excited.
Cascat, question. When you were reading that, especially
Hmm.
the AI interpretation of what you were just talking about,
Hmm.
did you see anything in there about scrambling? Because I don't know much about war and stuff, but my understanding is that scrambling is a big problem, especially with the drone wars.
Yeah,
And if
no,
scrambling is something we have to be concerned about with World War III, and if Dagnite's going to be resistant to that, is scrambling something that is being talked about in terms of this that you were talking about, adversarial, whatever you were saying?
yeah, no. This is solely deals with conditions that result in latency, right? And so there's nothing in here about scrambling or anything like that. It's just under perfect conditions where everybody's cooperating and everything's good. It's any blockchain can exist. But as soon as things starts going wrong, you have a complete region get taken out. Either the government decides they're going to cut access to whatever, or you have infrastructure being destroyed. That latency created by all that chaos is what Dagnite is designed to prevent as becoming a problem for Kaspa. And
Do you
so,
think do you think there's stuff in place to be resistant against energy weapons other than the space node? Is there anything else in the works? Do you know?
nah, I didn't see anything regarding that. Everything is focused around latency and how they're going to deal with it.
I mean, maybe I just wear a tinfoil hat all the time. I don't know, sorry, but I I guess I want to know that our nodes are going to be in bunkers or something. I don't know, and even that there's bombs that burst open bunkers, but I don't know if we're going to talk
Well,
about
no, it's just
World War III.
I think it's more that our nodes are everywhere. You can't take them down. You can't take them all down, right? And so it's basically, uh, I guess, the same thing, right? I mean, if you go and stick a node in a bunker, you're probably not going to be able to communicate very well. But uh, if you have 1,000 nodes for one in a bunker spread out, I think you're more resistant to getting taken down. And I think that's kind of what we're trying to do with Kaspa is just get nodes everywhere. True
Oh,
decentralization.
I'm gonna play hypothetical devil's advocate here. Okay, so we have nodes everywhere. We're in all these different countries and pretty much every continent right now except Antarctica that we know of, at least that are public. If if in the future, let's say that a majority of countries and people begin to rely on satellites for internet, such as Starlink, then they all become uh, vulnerable to attack through a third party, especially one that can change everything at a moment's notice, which would put a lot of nodes at risk unless those nodes were completely independent. Completely independent. How how would you envision a future that would ensure the survival of a node on Earth in conditions where third parties are constantly um, making everyone vulnerable? And I'm look, I'm not naive here. I know that there's no such thing as complete sovereignty in that way, but I'm just curious. And part of this is because I'm writing a book on the future, but I would
Yeah,
love to hear thoughts on this. I really would. I would love to hear some ideas on how nodes could be protected in that kind of scenario, especially if we're thinking of a doomsday scenario. Because if Caspa's really World War III resistant, including Dagnai, but maybe even in other aspects too, I'd really like to know what that narrative is. So I
yeah,
welcome
man.
anyone into this.
And Carrie, you're talking to a guy who wears a baseball cap, and I'm thinking what I need to get done here this in the next couple of days. I'll take that as a homework assignment, but I honestly have not put uh, any thought into uh, you know any of what you just said about the vulnerability at that level, right? I am kind of stuck with vulnerabilities that I can see right now. I'm unfortunately not that creative.
5D chess, 5D chess. Go ahead, Buffalo.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Well, I hear this kind of World War III resistant kind of stuff. And I think that, I mean, if that happens, if we have a World War III situation, I think that we're kidding ourselves if there isn't nuclear war. And if nuclear war happens, which I don't believe it would be a worldwide situation, because I I don't think that's going to happen because we would kill ourselves off, and I don't think God's going to allow that at all. We can go. I mean, I have my tinfoil hat on all the time, but we can talk about the orbs going and shutting off nuclear weapons stations all the time. We've seen it and we have it documented.
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
don't think that that's going to
yeah.
happen.
The aliens won't let us kill ourselves. That's not going to happen. I'm with you
Well,
on that.
aliens or spirit creatures or angels or however you want it, whatever you want to say. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think that what would be the blackout would be the internet being shut off in a country. I think that that would be the problem. I don't think that they're going to go and get every single node. I don't see that happening. Plus, something that's great about the Caspa community is that we push education really hard in this community to teach you, to learn, right? That's why we say study Caspa. And everybody that's anybody is either going to run a node or they're going to mine. I mean, even after it's all mined, just to get profits from transactions. I think the majority of Caspians are going to just mine. I know I'm going to. I just don't. I can't do it right now because it's retardedly expensive right now in California to use electricity, which is a pretty well known thing. But I don't think you have to worry about the node situation, and I don't think you have to worry about miners, um, at least in the future. As soon as we, get the hash rate up, because the price will be going up, the miners will turn back on, and we'll have great hash rate. Um, but I wouldn't worry personally about it being World War III resistant, which I love the idea of KII putting up a node in space. I think that's fucking genius. And I think that as soon as Caspa starts like really taking off, they're gonna take the funds and they'll make that happen. I'm not worried about it. Maybe we'll have more than one, right? But to be realistic, the only way to end, not to end it, but to kind of at least postpone it, would be to shut off the internet in that country, with whatever, however they would do it, whether it be bombs or whether whatever it is, because
It happens though. We already see some countries where they go down for 15 hours or whatever.
yeah,
And
but
what
that's
if
not
it's
gonna.
punitive? But what if it becomes a punitive thing to get people to comply with something such as digital ID or some other, I don't know, something that just is to keep us controlled because we know what they're capable of.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're talking about government going against us, which is definitely possible, that's why I think that's at least for me, that's why I think guns are important. But Cascat can back me up on that one. But but I mean, they could shut off the internet. I think that's what it would take. But do you know what kind of uprising we'd have in this country if America decided to shut off the internet of its own people? Other countries would get involved because they know that that's not it's not good. It doesn't make America look good. So I
True, but
don't.
that's when it becomes World War III is if other countries get involved, which is exactly the point. That would be World War III.
So you're saying like the America trying to like control everybody, so they shut off the internet, and then other countries come in and start bombing the government?
Not necessarily one specific country. I'm not necessarily saying America. I'm just saying a World War III scenario. And maybe the central point is that there's certain countries or allies of America or whatever that just.
Yeah, I mean that's so certain people. So not like a complete blackout in the country.
Well, I mean, we can look at any hypothetical, but I guess I just wonder if there's how resistant is this, right?
Hmm.
I would love to just entertain that and think about that because I don't know. Maybe my tinfoil hat is very pointy today. Um,
I love it.
I don't know. These are things I think about almost daily.
So they'd have to
Um,
track. They'd have to track the nodes. They'd have to find you, and they'd have to shut it off.
well, think
Right.
about it. If you look at China, for instance, they're up and down when it comes to whether or not they support mining. It's yes, we support you, but no, no, not really. No, we're not really supporting it at all, right?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
so that's one example. So they shut people down if they catch them, right? So if you wanted to catch lots and lots of people in an area such as, I'm making up a country here, Myanmar,
Hmm.
where people are required to do banking against their will or they get shut down completely. These are not far-fetched ideas. These things actually happen.
Oh, I agree.
Um, so if that were to happen on a huge scale, because the elites want to control us, where we own nothing and be happy, and we find ourselves in 50-year mortgages and
15-minute
everything.
cities.
Yeah, right. So what? I guess I just wonder what what's our safety net in this whole thing when it comes to mining? What's our safety net? Is there a way to do nodes without internet? Are we always going to be relying on some third party for that? Is there ever a way we can be even sovereign with our own ability to have peer to peer internet with nodes without relying on that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just
Ooh, I
thinking
like
outside the
this.
box.
Oh, I like this. Okay, Kara, I got you. Are you ready? So imagine. So imagine. Okay. So imagine you have a group of people who understand Caspa, and let's just say in the next 4 years, this is just a hypothetical, Caspa hits $34, right? We have all these people who are in this group, let's say like you, me, Juan, Cascat, I mean, everybody here in this call, right? Now, let's say we bought a fuck ton of Caspa and we start seeing these problems. How hard would it be? Because let's say we have the money and we see what's coming to start our own internet and to have our own nodes in space and um, to have our own satellites orbiting the earth to control our own internet. I mean, how much would
That
that
would
cost?
be that would be truly World War III resistant. That would
Right.
truly be,
So no one
yeah.
can shut it off and everybody has a piece of it. And if we have a scalable money that continues to go up over time, and we start putting our energy, continue to put our energy in it, whether it's mining or whatever, then we can afford to keep it going. So we would have to have our own internet to be completely sovereign.
And I guess I'd have to be in space or in a bunker, right?
Yeah, well, no, it definitely have to be in space for sure because they can cut a
More in
line.
space in a
They can.
bunker?
I mean, we have internet lines going from different spaces, like in the ocean, right? This is for the best of my knowledge. Don't quote me on this, but if you can cut a line, then you have control. But if you have, or they have control. But if you have these, orbiting the Earth, and let's say, because I don't think everybody understands when you look at the rings of Saturn, America or the Earth is a lot like that. We have a lot of stuff orbiting us, like a fuck ton, orbiting around with all these satellites that are going around the Earth. If they don't know which one it is, and there's let's say 100,000 of them running around the Earth, they're going to have to try and find that. And can have multiple, and they're unmarked, whatever. I'm trying to help you with your story, but they're orbiting around to try and find those and not shut off your own shit. And then, that's where you would have sovereignty is if you had your own internet.
Well, I guess our own spaceship too, so we can protect our node in the orbit.
Yeah, it could go that far. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess when I've gone so many years without sovereignty, sometimes I just wonder how to ensure I'll continue to have sovereignty under any circumstance. That's just, I don't know. Uh, that's where this comes from for me.
No, I like it, Kara. I think it's good. It's a good discussion to have and for people to think about.
Does anyone else want to weigh in on this? I know I took the conversation to a very conspiracy hypothetical place, but I appreciate you guys entertaining this. It really means a lot to me.
Well, I definitely don't wear a tinfoil hat, and I do appreciate tinfoil hat discussion though, because I believe your last sentence is really the biggest truth of it, is that it starts from sovereignty. And kind of like I had mentioned about the mortgage stuff, like if you try to take your next step in life of what the system says you're supposed to do, and you go in the direction of sovereignty instead, and you've done a remarkable job in your story, getting the sovereignty, and Juan as well. It's inspiring, that you can. That's the best way to prepare for it. I think, is to push towards the sovereignty. So I'm not going to be ignorant to the tinfoil hat discussion, because I know there are real world problems out there that definitely can happen. I think they're more hypothetical than potential, but it is truth, because possibility does exist. But I do think just operating towards sovereignty is really going to help prepare for all of that anyway. As far as how much it would cost, I just think getting a guy like Elon, who is obsessed with Doge, with the mind of Kaspa, he'll put up 50 Starlinks tomorrow with Kaspa on it if he truly understood it. So there's definitely ways to get it out there. And I do think, honestly, and I'll attach myself to the community on this one. I think we're next. I really do. There's no other proof of work that looks like this. And when you talk about these things, these World War III possibilities, when you look at what Elon has done in emergency situations by giving Starlink to places that lost internet, why not finding a way to get in his ear and push it in front of him to throw some Caspa nodes up onto Starlink satellites? That's, I mean, that's the kind of money it'll take, and he's a guy crazy enough to do it for free for us. So I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on how to mesh sovereignty and World War III protection.
I love that answer. I really would love to have Elon on board with this. It would be such a game changer overnight. It would change things overnight for everybody. It really would.
I think it's just I honestly, this is just my theory. I think it's an eventuality that he will bring, he's going to bring a cryptocurrency, and Caspa is going to be the best option. He's going to put it on X, and we're going to be able to buy and sell, because his whole idea with X is to compete with China's like What's It app, I think, where it's like a marketplace. It's the most used app in the world in China, because it's like social media and it's like a marketplace. I think that's what Facebook was trying to do. But I think that if we could get Elon on board, like you said, great point, Bishop. I like that, the nodes in space with his satellites. Um, I think it eventually, that's what it's going to be, because that's what he's been, since he got Twitter. That's what he's been trying to do. He's trying to make it compete with that Chinese marketplace slash social media area.
That's really that's really valuable information there. You know, another way we can get Elon maybe on board is to remember that he expressed his disappointment with Signal, which it was his favorite app for communication because it was so encrypted and all of that. And he expressed his disappointment in it when it crashed during the AWS crash. And I tried to get him to read my post to introduce him to Cassia messaging, which could be a way in for him because he uses Signal. At least that's my understanding, is that he uses Signal for all communication. So I figure, if he switches over, that could be a great introduction for him to see what Caspel really can offer.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, all the wonderful things that are being built on Caspa is ever growing. So as long as it keeps growing and we get adoption, people will hear about it. And we've tagged him numerous times. I know that the entire Caspa community has tagged him on plenty of different things. So I'm sure he's aware of Caspa. He probably just hasn't studied it yet.
It might be time for the full court press, though. We might have to tag just spam them up with it. Just tag them in everything.
Yeah, I mean, we could set it. I mean, to get people on board. I don't know if you guys want to do it during a week or during like a particular day, and everybody just spams him about Cassie messaging or whatever. And even Cara, you could write something because you know more about this whole Signal thing than I do. I'm not familiar with his love affair with Signal, so you could write something out, and we could just keep reposting it and then tagging him. I mean, I don't care if it's annoying. I think it would be good for him.
If it's from my account, definitely. If it's on Kaspa Unchained, I might have to run it by the devs first. I can't write everything I want, but
Did you
I
did
would
you did you
love to
take
do
over
that.
Caspa Unchained?
Yeah, I'm a delegate, so I'm doing the posting, but it doesn't mean that the posts are all my idea.
Gotcha.
I have rules I need to follow, and I have guidelines I need to follow. So I'm in this limbo, the state of limbo with the account right now, where I'm trying to figure out what I can say. So I have a meeting tomorrow with one of the devs. We're going to talk about it and just see what direction it goes, so we can be creative about it and go in that direction. But yeah, if I write it on my account as 12 string Cara and not the Caspa Unchained account, I can definitely say something that can be retweeted and spammed. I don't care. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah,
How
Kara,
you doing over
since
there, Juan? Yeah, I haven't
this
heard from Juan for a second. I just want to make sure he's still good because I know it's
still
late
there.
over there. How are you? Make sure you didn't go to sleep. How you doing, Juan?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. No, it's been great listening to you guys for now. So
Hey, I was
I'm
just
good.
gonna
I'm
throw
good.
just a post idea for Kara. Uh, Something with Starlink and nodes on Starlinks. I mean, I think that fits with Caspa, that fits with everything, and you know, copy Elon, and then we'll blow it up. Or not? You don't even have to copy Elon, right? I mean, you would just put it out there for the Caspa community, and we take care of copying
That
Elon.
we want nodes on Starlink?
Well, I mean, we do. They did. KII talked about it. You could write up something, a follow up saying, hey, maybe we ought to entertain talking to Starlink about using their satellites as well. Uh,
Well, now I feel like I'm not in my wheelhouse. I would love to hear from Casper Key on this because I see them here. Hi, Casper Key. KII is here. And my worry is that if I do something like that, I mean, maybe it's going to be a competitor to something that Key is doing, and I don't want to make things worse, right? Just because I don't know what's going on.
yeah,
But, I don't know. I think I might leave that to the professionals.
just an idea.
I don't know. I just think of what could go wrong and what if I don't want to mess anything up. There's a lot of progress and that stuff is delicate. So I don't know. I mean, sure, I'd love to have it on all the freaking nodes in space, right? But there are inner politics involved in these kinds of things, and I don't know how all that works. It's not even in my pay grade. Go ahead, Buffalo.
I have a friend. Her husband actually builds the satellites for Elon, and it's like his dream job. I guess he just started it this last year. But now I kind of want to call him and pick his brain.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be cool.
He can't say too much. I know that, um, but yeah, I mean, even just to kind of like, hey, would this be possible? Is KII still in, or did they check out?
They left.
I guess they didn't like being noticed, but that's okay. I appreciate them being in here. At least, I think by this point they know that my tinfoil hat is on, whether they're here or not. Um, by the way, if you hear a farting sound, nobody's farting. That's ketchup. My son is squirting some. I hope you don't hear it.
Not yet.
It's over. It's fine. I just wanted to warn everybody.
Ew, what was that?
That's Rajit.
You need to
It's
get
the
the
sound of a shit coin.
You need to get the .0001 Satoshi.
And
Like, oh my God, what's a Satoshi? I never heard of that. What's that? I never heard of a Satoshi before. Is that like a Cracker Barrel?
You need to buy my course.
Well, I don't understand what you say, Roger, because you never use punctuation.
Oh, does he actually not?
Dude, he asked why nobody was reading the ebooks that he sent everybody, and I said, maybe there's a lack of punctuation. Read his tweets. He doesn't use any ending punctuation unless it's a question mark.
Oh.
That's wild. He's such a clown shoe.
Hey, I love Rajat. I need him to keep pumping Bitcoin so I can have exit liquidity to keep selling into Kaspa. So we need Rajat. He's the biggest Kaspa advocate, and we don't even know it. He's exit liquidity.
You know, people give him a hard time because he's self-proclaimed toxic. These are his own words. He's toxic and stubborn. This is how he describes himself. And he's not a fan of Caspa. He's had his few choice words, and I disagree with him a lot. However, I think it was incredibly unfair. Someone turned him in for investigation, which I feel that was low blow. But you know, people were trying to twist his words around and make it seem as if he's out there trying to dupe people, and I don't think he's trying to do that at all. And he thinks that Bitcoin haters did this. And I said, "Why are you so quick to blame Bitcoin haters? How do you know it's not a disgruntled Bitcoiner who said that you recommended it was risk-free for them to try?" Um, so I don't know. I guess the reason I'm bringing this up is that it's one thing to disagree with someone. It's another to try to get their livelihood shut down just because they have a toxic opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, because people have opinions and we're not going to make everybody happy. And I don't think going after people's jobs is often the right way to do, I don't know. Just sticking it to people, I'm just not a big fan of that.
Yeah, I would agree. Let people be their own downfall. That's how I look at it.
There you go. That's a good. I agree with all that.
and I think he's toxic because he knows that whenever he says shitcoin or mentions Caspa, it gets him engagement. So he's also a marketer trying to sell his courses, playing a
Absolutely.
game. That's what I see with him. So that's why he doesn't block. I don't think he blocks anybody anymore. He blocked me a while back, but I don't think I've seen some of the shit that Onion writes and Warrior. You guys are ruthless, but just remember, all you got to do is get to point one Bitcoin is all you'll ever need. Ever. That's it. Point one Bitcoin, and you're set for life. All right.
There you go. Thank you for
Fuck
that.
your shit coin.
There we go. Oh God.
I wonder has Roger said anything about Lightning? Does he defend Lightning? Does he even talk about it or does he avoid it?
Uh, I would actually argue he said nothing about Bitcoin. Honestly, is but to actually answer your question, I don't think he's said anything about. Oh no, he has said stuff about Lightning. He likes the fact he doesn't know what it is or how it works. He just says stuff like he says that Lightning is the medium of exchange function and he's settlement. And then I basically agree with him and I say, yeah, that's actually the scary reality we're looking down. high value settlement. Rajat is under the impression that high value settlement will be for individual people. He doesn't realize that his entire net worth in a free market is going to be considered um, medium of exchange on the hot wallet Lightning. Like basically BlackRock's going to take up the base layer. But yeah, he doesn't really say anything because when I ask him why, he actually always brings up Kaspa. Like whenever I ask him why about, okay, well, why do you think the medium of exchange function should be on Lightning, right? Why does the store value base layer of Bitcoin have to be for final settlement? Why can't it all take place on the base layer? And then he has this belief that that's bad. He thinks it's bad if small payments take place on the base layer or something. I don't understand why. Um, he started talking about.
When you were
Sorry,
saying,
what? Yeah.
Onion, when you were saying that BlackRock is gonna, what did you say they're gonna do with the base layer?
Oh, so this is kind of. So what so I'm kind of making a point, but like I don't think BlackRock specifically will do something with the base layer, but my belief is that there's two schools of thought, right? Like I believe that the base layer of Bitcoin is going to be very expensive to use if you want to self custody, right? Um And Rajat, or I shouldn't even say Rajat, but he's representing an argument that a lot of Bitcoiners say, that the base layer is for expensive, big payments, and that the Lightning Network is what's supposed to be used for the medium of exchange function, the high frequency payments, high velocity payments. That's for the and low dollar amount. That's for the Lightning Network. That's what he's saying. Um, but I guess what he fails to understand is that, or even the Bitcoin community fails to understand, is that when a Bitcoiner says small payments take place on Lightning, they're thinking $10. They're thinking $50. They're thinking a cup of coffee is used for Lightning. But if you zoom out and you think that, if you really believe that Bitcoin's going to be absorbed, Bitcoin's going to absorb Fedwire, the current base layer. If Bitcoin absorbs, BlackRock, Vanguard, Wells Fargo, MicroStrategy, Apple, Google, these companies have hundreds and billions of dollars. If you think about it, the micropayments that will be taking place will be individual people's net worths. Like, that's the micropayment. Rajat doesn't even realize his entire net worth won't even be a transaction fee on the base layer. You know what I mean? That's, I think, I don't know if I'm making any sense, but um, like, I guess Bitcoiners have this belief that, like, if you have 100 grand, you put 100 grand in Bitcoin, and oh, sorry, what? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, sorry. Wait, should I keep going? I don't know if you said something.
Well,
No, I hear what you're
I
saying. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I
Okay.
didn't, but I can jump in. What it sounds like to me is that the base layer is going to be the store of value, i.e., gold in the 40s, right? And then Lightning is the printed cash upon it. Except Lightning is, if I'm not mistaken, it's non-custodial, right? Like, so it's not Robinhood technically isn't Lightning, right? Like they're their own custodial brand or whatever the fuck. But like Lightning's supposed to be closer to what peer-to-peer is. But what you're saying, Onion, is that you'd buy a house on the base layer, but you buy your cup of coffee. The thing is, there's thousands of people buying cup of coffees all day long. So you can have millions upon millions of transactions that aren't being processed on the base layer. Is that where you're getting at?
Yeah, I'm basically exactly that. I'm basically saying that this is what the Bitcoiners argue. They argue that the high velocity payments and low dollar amounts will be on Lightning, and they think that if you're gonna buy a house, that would take place on the base layer. But my argument is, I guess the Caspa argument is that um, the base layer, it's no one's gonna have enough money to buy a house on the base layer. I genuinely believe that How the average Fedwire transaction is $5 million, and there's 900,000 transactions a day with Fedwire, and these are corporations. So this is the current base layer. I believe this is going to directly onboard to the Bitcoin base layer, and that already means 110% of the block space is claimed by corporations that haven't onboarded yet. And my theory is that 100% of the Bitcoin base layer is going to be having $5 million transactions going through back and forth, back and forth. Full Bitcoin base layer, it's going to be Apple sending money to Google, Google sending money to BlackRock, all you know. And my issue is these guys are going to be sending transactions of $50 billion, and they're going to be more than happy to pay a $500 million transaction fee if it means they get into the block space, or maybe a 50 million transaction fee. I know that's really high, but at some point it just becomes, how long does a corporation with $20 billion want to wait? You know, some might be willing to wait 3 days, but if you think about like how, if the fee market really kicks in and the people that are sending money back and forth on the base layer is 100% filled by corporations that have billions of dollars, how on earth are we even going to like buy a house on Bitcoin? Like, we're going to be forced to the Lightning Network. And, you know, like people, I guess the issue is people are going to be forced to store 100% of their wealth on the Lightning Network. And that's what I don't think Rajat understands, is that your net worth is going to be pushed to a hot wallet. Like, I don't know. Like, that's my. I hope I'm making sense. I know I'm kind of rambling.
Hey, Onion,
Go for it. Yeah, what's up?
you say forced. That's not happening. It's being marketed right now
Ooh.
that Lightning is where you transact on Bitcoin. That is what Bitcoin is being sold as. There's going to be no forcing. It's marketing, and it's happening right now. Why do you think I've been angry all day? It's insane. It's insane. The way that Lightning is being marketed as Bitcoin, even though they are flat out claiming. I saw that post recently. The new feature they're launching tomorrow. Feature in quotation marks, where you can send USD on Bitcoin rails without even needing Bitcoin. It's being marketed right now that you don't even need Bitcoin to use Bitcoin. Normies don't understand what we are talking about.
That's fucking
Bitcoiners are mostly normies. They don't understand what we're talking about. They get angry. They react because we question and call out the fundamental flaws that they're experiencing, and it's already in play. We're already seeing the narrative shift. Bitcoin is already the the armored trucks that are driving around the city. No one can afford to buy a fucking armored truck. That's where the gold goes. Everyone else goes to the bank and takes out their small amount of money to transact. That's Lightning. Bitcoin is going to be in armored trucks. It's not peer to peer. It is not for people anymore. And yeah, I just wanted to jump in, man. You said forced. There's going to be no forced. It's manipulation.
Bro, that was beautiful. That, dude, holy balls. You just hit the nail on the head, dude. Yeah.
It's how big business works. They sell narratives so that they can profit. It's the same case all over again. You look at where Bitcoin stemmed from, what Satoshi envisioned. It was countering this. It was rejecting this. And
Wow.
what happens when people are early into a new way of thinking? Crypto is a new way of approaching a fundamental way of life, our economy. And when people are early and they understand that, they jump on it. And people did the same, like a lot of, like the cypherpunks were the cypherpunks, but there were people early in Bitcoin that understood where this could lead and what opportunities it creates for them. And Saylor was one of these people. He came to Bitcoin late. He even admits that, but he came early enough. And that's where we are. That's where we are. That's just where I think. That's where I'm seeing unfold. It's business control, corporate narrative, propaganda. We are not seeing Bitcoin in use, and Bitcoin was a product of its time, but it's been sold as a Bible. It's been sold as faith, and that's the maximalists that are having a hard time shaking that they're immutable. there is no solution to their problem. Their problem is perfect, and
Wow.
yeah, it's just Caspa's the only thing I see that is actually doing what was intended, and just it's been so frustrating the last day, but it's also been tremendously easy. Is why I've been so vocal. So
Wow.
fun times, lots of fun times. Everyone should be optimistic. I've been on the internet all day. I came here to vent.
Gonzo, you have been on fire in your posts commenting to people. You're constantly trying to remind people that this is Lightning, not Bitcoin. I've seen you do this all day long. And I jumped in there and said, how do we get them to care? And you had a response for that. Do you mind sharing how we can get them to care? Because this
Oh
is
Jesus,
important.
Cara, I don't remember anything I've said today. It's all been the same shit, but the real conversations have been harder to remember. What was it? Was it I think I said something like they have to experience it. It's the only way they're going to change their mind is to experience the problem we're saying confronts them. And I don't know, something along those lines. I just you can't. It's talking to a wall, talking to
Here's
a
what you
group.
said. Here's what you said. You said, unfortunately, they'll likely need to come to the conclusion by themselves. And for that to happen, they'll probably need to experience the impacts of it firsthand after it's already too late.
Yeah, that's it. I believe that in essence everywhere though. Everyone always needs to come to their own conclusion. Like you can't shill something at people. I don't ever shill Casper. I'll talk about Casper, but you can't shill it to people. People need to make up their own fucking minds. And it's the same with this. It's like we can tell them to go and verify something, but they all don't. And it's just wonderful how the lack of verifying has become so prevalent in Bitcoin circles. It's such an ironic twist.
Yeah, Gonzo, I think you really hit the nail on the head. I think they're gonna have to feel the pain point. They're gonna have to feel it and realize, oh shit, because right now what they are is they are sheep, and you have multiple shepherds who don't even know how to explain what's going on. They're just repeating a narrative, and like you said, things are changing real time, and they're not going to make the move until they.
You know what Bitcoin is missing? Yonatan Sampolinsky. You need someone
Facts.
like Yonatan who speaks the way that Yonatan does. All of the people that were part of that cypherpunk circle, all of the OG Bitcoiners, they've all changed their tune. Like, look at the way Adam Back speaks, man. He's not the same person. And then you've got, what's his name? Fuck, Jack. I can't put my finger on Jack. Like, what was it? Like a month ago, he was saying one thing like Bitcoin's doomed if it doesn't get used, and then he's like, now he's saying, look, we can use Bitcoin, and you're like, dude, this is dooming Bitcoin. What are you talking about? It's like, yeah, there is no figurehead in Bitcoin that speaks the truth, and if they do, they get muted or blocked. Maybe they're blocking each other now.
Oh yeah, I can 100% guarantee that that's happening.
Yeah, that's why it's so important. Gonzo, appreciate you coming up here, brother. Like your energy. We've been on for about 3.5 hours, but you coming on and just speaking the way you speak and knowing that you're on the front lines, just speaking truth, man. Um,
No,
but
I've
yeah,
got too much time on my
yeah.
hand. I need a job
Well,
that
we well
works me
we well
harder.
we appreciate you, man, because like you said, you I don't see it that way either with how you go about this. I don't see you shilling. I don't see Kaspa Onion shilling. I don't see any of that as shilling. I see it as, hey, we're just bringing this to your attention. And you're right. You can't dictate or necessarily sway somebody who's stuck in their narrative and attached to their outcomes. But all this stuff is on the internet, right? They're going to be able to go back, but in order to understand
Oh
pain,
yeah,
they have to feel pain
there's
in
going to
order to
be a
understand pain. And there's gonna be it. Yeah, I feel it. I mean, I feel it in in every essence of the way, man. So it's like that's why I think I appreciate you putting out that energy and battling the way you do, because I've learned a lot from your post, man. Like you speak truth um,
But
at a
the
level that
thing is, I'm
maybe.
learning a lot from my posts. This is the thing. Like, I have to go off and research this shit. When I'm confronted with something, I go off and find the fucking answer. So when I'm writing some stuff, especially a lot of the lightning stuff, I've been learning a lot about lightning in the last 2 days. And yeah, I'm just throwing it back at them. I'm like, well, this is where I found.
Yeah, and that's
They
exactly.
don't find it because they don't look.
Yeah, that's exactly what I follow you throughout the day most days, man, because it's like because I can tell that you go in, you research, you're very clear and concise with how you bring up these points, and then nobody ever comes back to you with any research. It's just surface level bullshit. So yeah, man, we just appreciate you big time, brother.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you all as well. Everyone here is a warrior. Where is Warrior? Maybe he has no internet. Anyway, I'll shut up for a bit.
Actually, real quick, Gonzo, I have a question. You mentioned you've been researching lightning. I'm just curious, what stuff have you found recently? Is there anything you found recently that is concerning or even worse than you thought? Or yeah,
No, not really. Just I'm just presenting the stuff I'm finding. There's no expose. It's a shitcoin. Honestly, Onion, I learn a lot about Lightning sometimes just from like following your posts. I love the way that you just post a 7 question marked. Where's the hash rate? It's brilliant, brilliant.
oh, by the way, my hand keeps going up, but don't worry, it's not up. But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, dude, thank you for that. Dude, I don't know why they push a network with no hash rate. It's literally a shitcoin, and it can't. Yeah, I don't know. I think what Gonzo said, dude, what you said earlier literally gave me chills when I was like, they're forcing us to a network XYZ, and then you just said, no, they're not. They're marketing it. And I was like, what the dude, that's crazy. That makes me really sad.
I'm gonna cut that and make it a sound bite so you guys can make it go viral.
Ooh,
Smart.
yes. We need sound bites. Yes, that'd be perfect.
No,
I
this Muppet doesn't need a
definitely,
voice.
I definitely appreciate the way Gonzo put it because I'm on record of saying that I never believed in Bitcoin from the beginning. Like when it was at 20K, I was like, but you can't use this. There's nothing you can do with it. And then I lost out on so much money by not investing. But just listening to what you said there, Gonzo, I'm so happy I'm not in Bitcoin anymore. Even when it runs up because they're gonna push it to run up to 250 or whatever it's gonna be, it's not gonna be worth anything because it's not gonna be used for what it was intended to be created as. It's gonna be pushed as what as I've been pointing out for the last couple of months, these centralized entities like BlackRock and Strategies and the US government and China, they're going to want Bitcoin to look a certain way. They're going to want it to sit in the armored trucks while the rest of us minions are playing with our dollar bills. It was such a beautiful point, and I can't appreciate that explanation enough. I apologize for not following you before. I followed you immediately when I realized that I wasn't seeing the brilliance that you've been putting out. So much.
If people follow, they follow. I'm never offended by that sort of shit. So yeah, but I appreciate you giving the feedback. But it's just what you say as well. Like all those people that are going to be using the base layer, like BlackRock and the governments, and like that's where the money is. So it makes sense that they're going to be the ones that get the lion's share. They control the narrative. Lightning is the answer.
Yeah, and by operating through sovereignty, you stay with Kaspa and understand that the mission is true. And I again on record as well saying that something's going to be more perfect later on too. I actually just said on Tuesday with me and Juan yesterday. There better be something better. To think that 17 years ago they perfected technology is just foolish. Technology moves so fast that to
Yeah.
think that nothing better is coming forward, like understand technology grows so fast and move with sovereignty, and you're going to find yourself so far away from Bitcoin because there is no sovereignty.
Do you notice that no Bitcoin conversations sound like the conversations Caspian have? Like, it's ridiculous.
Bro,
There's
100%.
no one talks about this shit.
Notice that we're also only really talking about Bitcoin too. Like a lot of these Bitcoin spaces I've joined, they literally just talk about price, Sailor, and then if they should look into Ethereum. And I'm like, what? We're over here to literally just dissecting Bitcoin and Lightning and just trying to protect our sovereignty. I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but I think we've all may have been burned one way or another, which is probably why we're even here to begin with, you know?
Mm. I mean, we talk about Bitcoin because it's just a brand. like Kaspa is a brand, you know, it's just the name of an implementation of an idea, right? Like Bitcoin wasn't the breakthrough. Bitcoin's the noun. The breakthrough is what Bitcoin achieves. It's the implementation of a vision. So we have to talk about Bitcoin because Casper is an implementation of that vision. It's just a better implementation that works at scale and achieves the objective without compromise, without fail. So you're talking about an idea, so you have to talk about Bitcoin because Bitcoin is just an example of how that idea is interpreted.
And we talk about Bitcoin because we use the same Nakamoto consensus. So we have that in common. And for us to not talk about Bitcoin is to not share our commonalities. And I realize a lot of Bitcoiners don't want us to mention that because they think that we're mooching off of their marketing. But really, we need to understand that we're taking the technology and we're making it the way it was intended, which was to be peer-to-peer cash. And that's where Kaspa comes in because Bitcoin was the test net.
Have you guys like gone into these Bitcoin spaces? Because it's so boring, and all I hear is kind of just this hype and people talking about like, you know, it's how do I explain this? It's just like they're being good people, and you know they're just getting through it, and you know Bitcoin
Yeah,
has helped them so much, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like
surface level.
I can understand like, okay, you know, you guys are you know, pumping each other up, but I'm like, you're talking about like this ideology that everybody wants to agree with you, and I'm like, but are you what why aren't you discussing the things that are actually important? Like, can you improve your network? Like, how do you feel about this? Like, what the problems that are coming to you right now that you should be addressing, and no one talks about it.
Yeah, but Buffalo. I mean, I think you hit it right there. It's I don't go into them anymore. When I started speaking, I was invited to, for example, I was invited to this spiritual Bitcoiner space, and literally being on that space, and there were, you know, some positive people, and the things that they were talking about were very, you know, very good, positive things that we should be talking about, but so for me it's the energy of just staying surface level with it when you're not asking the tough questions, and that's what I sense right now with what's happening with this conversation. It's like we're here for Caspa, and we're talking about Bitcoin, and just like Gonzo said, those are the nouns. It's not that we're at the foundation of what this is supposed to do for humanity, right? Get there, get beneath the surface, like what this space is called. What is this about? What is it going to do for people, and how is it going to move us forward? And that speaks to what Bishop says. Hey, if they don't, you know, if something else comes along, I have it on my profile. I'm attached to nothing, connected to everything. And I think that speaks for all of you. And the way you guys are expressing yourself, the energy right now on this spaces, it's not about just Casper or Bitcoin. It's about the foundation of what this is going to do for humanity. It's about moving us forward. So we have to question. You know, Kara's got to come with the doomsday scenarios, and we got, you know, that was challenging for me. I was like, okay, where's she going with it? I know Kara always challenges us like that, but I think that's what we have in common. We're not afraid to go where we need to go to get truth. And that's what it's fucking about. It's about the truth. That's all we fucking want. So that's why this resonates, and that's why you guys are on this frequency. That's why it fucking feels right being here. And that's why being on those fucking, so I can't be on them. They start them off with, oh, we're at 106 or we're at 120. We should be at 140. I don't like, what the fuck are you guys? You're not talking about anything. You're just, you know, just it's a big circle. So that's my long-winded answers to fuck no, I'm not. I'm never on those Bitcoin. I laugh at what what Gonzo puts up, what Onion puts up, what Casper work is. That's entertainment for me. You know, these you guys are willing to go to battle with them, and it's just like, yeah, I know they're not gonna. Most of them aren't gonna get it, but this shit's gonna be on the internet. We're gonna be able to look back and be like, okay, don't say we didn't tell you. We tried to get you to fucking think for yourself, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Someone's going
that
to find this shit
yes,
entertaining.
Well, it's
absolutely.
surprising. It's surprising how many people just want to be led and given the answer, and it's they don't want to put the work. They're lazy, right? So there's plenty of people out there who will believe the narrative and just be led because they don't want to think for themselves. And that is definitely the Bitcoin space of today. And I remember I went in And I had one. I came in late, and I asked. I think I waited for like 30 minutes, and they gave me the mic, and I straight up asked them a question, and I didn't come off as a Caspian or anything. I just said, I asked them like a direct question, like, with Bitcoin and with the hash rate and how much it's going to cost in the future for us to transact, and with Lightning, like, are you worried about the people who are invested and who are pushing Lightning and not being able to use the base layer? And I asked that question. I had over 100 people on that call. Not one person answered me, and they immediately shut the call down and said they had to go.
It's not
That's not
surprising.
suspicious at all.
Yeah, but it's
Right?
not surprising. It's just you can't challenge them because they like the whole blocking feature is another bullshit escape from facing truth. I
I
don't think
got
we should be
blocked.
able to block
Good
each
time.
other. We should like get handled some truth, and the blocking is just a cop out and a way to fucking not face what we need to be talking about. And that's all they do. They just they block us. And that's what they do. I've been blocked
Let
by
them
accounts
block us block, man.
I don't even interact with. It's ridiculous.
If they block, they're basically sending a message saying, I am unconvincible, fuck off. Honestly, they're doing us a favor. Like,
Yes.
I'm sick of talking to Fred fucking Krueger. Like, by the time he blocked me, I was ready to bounce. And he did the work for me. I was like, perfect. Now my life's a lot simpler. Now I'll go and talk to some people that might want to talk. Echo chambers, let them live in the echo chambers. It doesn't matter. It's just such a shame when the big minds, they close the doors. Like, anyone who's been cured that's been blocked by Adam back, you said shit that made Adam back block you. That's all you need to know.
That's a signal. That's a signal that
That's
you're
a fucking
on
signal.
track. You are on. If you, yeah, you're getting blocked by those guys. We're all on the right
Yeah,
path.
like Raja blocks me, I'm not gonna blink. But credit to Raja, he sticks around. But yeah, you like Luke, the other guy, the Knots developer. I can't even say his name. He blocked me. I'm like, wow, I rooked you. Shit.
Hey, Ray, real
Yeah.
quick,
One,
I was gonna say,
oh, go ahead.
Gonzo, I think your mic might be a little far away, maybe. I don't know. Oh, wait, sorry, wait, Cara, sorry, what was
I think it might have been backwards.
Yeah, Gonzo, get a little closer to the mic because it sounds as if you're in a canyon.
that?
I
You're in
am.
a lightning channel.
Oh, that explains it.
And
He's
no,
in an
just
echo chamber.
leave the man alone. He's on the toilet. Give him a
Oh,
break.
sorry. Oh,
No, I switched to the computer. Is this
oh,
better?
sorry. Oopsie, sorry. Oops. Sorry, Cara, were you asking something?
I was gonna say the reason I don't go into Bitcoin spaces is because I never get the sense that guests have a welcome arena. They're not encouraged to have back and they are designed for debate rather than a genuine heart-to-heart discussion. And so I feel that if I say something, they're expecting to give the answer and shut it down rather than and continue an engagement and let's get further into this and let's have that discussion. And it's really surface level and I find it boring. It doesn't mentally stimulate me and I want to leave.
They don't go beneath the surface.
No, they don't. 100%.
I need mental stimulation. Otherwise, I have
I'm go-
things I can do on my own that keep me mentally
yeah,
stimulated.
I literally have felt dumber going into some of these spaces, Bitcoin spaces, and been like, okay, I gotta read some of what Gonzo's written. Go, what did Kaspa Onion have to say, and then I get back into the right energy. So
Yeah.
yeah, they're just not our people. That's just what it is.
No, they're not. And you're right. They don't really say anything of value. And I'm like, are you fucking telling me shit I learned at 18? Like that's what you're telling me? Like I already know. Like what? Like is this like a team building exercise? Like what are we doing here? Why are you talking about? Why are you talking about like? I, you're just not talking about anything like positive vibes. Okay, where's that going to get us? Like, where's the education? Why aren't you talking about the points, like the important issues that you have in this community, and all these people who don't know what the fuck they're holding and don't know how to use it? They just got told that you should buy it, and then they sit in a space and no one educates anybody. I don't even know why they're there.
Because they're all the ones that are left over, because all the people that figured it out moved somewhere else. Is my mic working better?
Yeah, much better.
Sweet.
Yeah,
You know
definitely
why I
better.
had it? I had it on mute. I don't know how you were hearing me.
You're that powerful.
Yeah,
No, I
I
think
really appreciate everyone here and the energy that's being brought and just the experience and the knowledge. I really appreciate it. I love that we can ask questions here and really have people think and come up with answers that maybe no one has thought to answer or ask questions that have never been thought to be asked. And I think that's really what makes this engaging and stuff because we get to use critical thinking. It's not just basic, oh, what's the chart say? What's their price? Which is so boring. It's so boring. At least this is something that even after this is over, we can feel that we grew, that we learned, that we grew as people a little bit because we learned from each other.
Oh, 100%, Cara. Well said.
So maybe we could spend another 5 minutes opening the floor and then maybe we'll start to wind it down because we're approaching 4 hours and I know that Juan is this is past 1 o'clock
Oh, I
and
woke up.
we're
I woke
having a
up,
great
Cara.
yeah,
Not to
we're
cut you
having a
off.
great combo.
Did you
If you
just say
want to
1 o'clock?
yeah, one
No,
o'clock.
it's one. Yeah, it's almost 2 o'clock over here. It's 1:52 at the moment. Yeah.
We can keep going if you have the energy. I just
I mean,
I want to.
Gonzo came up and Bishop and I mean, I'm like I'm with my people right now. I'm
All right, cool. Let's keep going.
sleepover.
Well, I'm not
Let's
sticking
do
around for
it.
too long. I'll be piecing out very soon
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
no,
It's
no.
kind of
I
late
mean,
here.
we've been going 4 hours. I don't know how much longer people want to go, but I'm just saying. I woke up with all you guys. I appreciate you guys. Um, it's energy, man. It's the real thing. So, but I have been up for quite some time. So,
That's really really cool. I know tomorrow night I've got a really important call with a developer. It's going to be really nice to be able to really go over this. I'm actually going to be talking with Yonatan tomorrow night. Uh, we're going to talk about Kaspa Unchained and the direction that's going. And I've had little replies here and there with him over the last year or so, year and a half, 2 years. But
Is
I've
this
never
going to be a
had it in
recorded
him.
conversation, Cara?
No, I think he's probably gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I don't
No, that's
know.
cool if it's private.
Well, it is private. It's so that we can figure out the direction of Caspa Unchained, and I want to make him happy, and at the same time, I have opinions, and I'm a yes person. I'll do what he says. But I also know that he appreciates people who speak up and speak authentically and honestly, even if it's a different opinion. And I have some different opinions, and I have a feeling that the two of us will be able to really be creative in our ideas of what direction to go in. And I'm excited to see what'll happen. And here's something funny I wanted to just bring up. I don't know if I'm going to do this. I just thought I would say it. If he and I clash on something and we don't agree on something, I might even say to him, hey, since you like chess and I like chess, whoever wins gets to win that argument for the next post.
You'll like it.
Cara, Cara, I'm just gonna let you know we're all gonna want to like be the fly on the wall in that conversation. So if you could share with us next blockchain banter how that goes, I would love to hear it.
It depends if it's a private, like, I don't know yet. I don't know what it's going to be, but
It's not even
um,
about the content. I think sometimes just the opportunity to engage with someone such as Yonatan.
Yeah.
Obviously,
yeah. And I know
something
that he
to
loves playing chess, and I'm not as good now as I used to be, but when I was a lot younger, I used to do competitions, and I know he plays every night, and I haven't played very well in years, but it'd be nice to be able to say, all right, well, how about we do a chess match and see who wins, and then they can win this argument.
I can suggest to do it on Kaspa because you can play chess on Kaspa.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kaspa Silva was talking about that back in the earlier days, right before Cassia.
Is it set up so that it can be untimed?
I don't know. I know none of the nuance. I
I
just
would
know it's
love
a,
to
it's a
have.
real, and
Yeah,
he would
I
bet
want to
like it.
play. I want to play chess with him, and I don't want to be taught. But if I have time to really think about it, maybe I can at least get him to go, what move should I do here? I want to at least make him think. I mean, he's so smart, right? It'd be nice to be able to have something I could do that makes him think. I don't know. He's so smart, right? He's a
What if you
genius.
beat him? What if you beat him?
That's not gonna happen.
All his pieces, and he's left with a pawn and a king.
Oh my, I couldn't. I can't. It's gonna go the other way around. I know, but because he plays all the time and I'm rusty. But I do
No,
at least
like
study
would he
chess
chess you?
openings for fun, so I have a few things up my sleeve. But that would be a dream to be able to play chess with him and maybe even win. I doubt it, but that'd be cool. Knowing me, he'll probably beat me immediately. But at least I will have been beaten by the best, and so I'm okay with that.
You gotta live stream the chess match.
Oh, that would be cool. Man,
Without
then I'm gonna have an embarrassing,
course,
humiliating defeat. I don't know if I can come back from that.
A Kaspa chess match live on V4 with the creator of Kaspa. I mean,
That'd be badass.
That'd be
that's what we
insane.
need. That's what it's for.
Oh my gosh, I better get better at this. I mean,
Are you writing all this down, Cara? You got to write all this down and present it to him. Okay.
I'll remember. I'll remember because
Okay. Cool. Just making sure.
this was something I was thinking about driving. I was thinking about how I wanted to have a way to do paper, rock, scissors, but from far away. I thought, well, chess is paper, rock, scissors. Whoever wins this match wins this argument. Um, I don't know if he'll even be down, but I just figured it might be a way to break the ice.
Oh, he would totally be down.
Yeah.
He would love that.
Yeah, he would totally dig that. You kidding me? He's give it giving him an opportunity to play chess. He plays chess every day. Yeah, he's gonna want to do that. He would.
Cara, did you watch the interview with Vlad? Did you see the things Vlad said to Yonatan? Like, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yonatan's got a great sense of humor.
Oh yeah. I know. I mean, I've seen Yonatan do his thing, and I think he's great. I just have so much respect for him, and I think it'll be just fine. But I also here's the thing. I want to give him everything he wants. And at the same time, I want to give the community everything they want. And that's already an impossibility. But I want to go in there with some opinions and see how he takes to it. And I know that he's cool with it because I've seen how he handles people's opinions. I think he's just great at it. And I'm looking forward to this. And I'm just really appreciating the fact that since being given these keys to this account, I've been basically talking with the smartest people in the entire universe. Yeah, that's a lot to take in, really. There's just, yeah.
Cara, you're doing great though.
You're there because you earned it, and
100%.
you're supported by the community because we
Yeah.
trust you. So definitely be there because you earned it. Understand you're there because you earned it.
We're proud of you. You're meant for
Yeah.
this.
Remember how you said earlier that I think you were sharing how, okay, but you were expecting, yeah, Kara, you 100% are a great representation of all of us, and you've definitely earned it, and you deserve to be in that conversation. So we're looking forward to you shining. We know you're going to shine, and you're going to bring authenticity. And you can tell we a lot of us haven't met Jonathan. I may have a chance when I go to London. I'm going to London for the RWA token event on December the 1st. I'll be there at Wolfie's Bar. And I've heard that he may be there with some of the other devs. So I might have a chance to meet him in real life. That'll be fun if I do. But yeah,
That's
that's
so
super cool that you're
fun.
having that conversation with him, and you absolutely deserve to be in that room having the
That's
conversation. You're a
so
great
fun.
representation of us, for sure.
From a quantum entanglement standpoint, people say that when you're around certain people, you become a little bit like them. Some of their DNA may rub off on you in some kind of way. And just to be in the vicinity of people who are smart, people in this room, even though all of us here are not in the same proximity, I believe that we are exchanging our energy on a level that's way beyond the physical. And this extends in the relationships we have with different people in Kaspa. Even if it's just replying to a post, we're interacting with people's energies. And all of this leads us to be around people who are smarter. Because frankly, I think the Casper community, and I think a lot of people agree with me here, the IQ is harder, is higher, the thinking level is higher, the understanding level is higher, the willingness to go beyond is much higher with Caspa, because in order to understand it, you have to understand some difficult things, and you can be in this for a decade and still not understand a very small amount of it, because there's so much to learn. And I just want to say it's an honor being with all of you, and being with the devs, and me being able to feel that energy expanding to include more energies of people who are much smarter than me in other areas. And at the same time, I don't feel that I'm walking into it dumb. I feel as if I'm walking into it with my own skill sets, that in my way, I feel there's some things I'm good at that are really hard level strengths that I know that they would appreciate, that is very different than theirs. And um, I don't think necessarily that they're even smarter than me. They're smarter at cryptography than me. But I feel in some ways like I'm really smart when it comes to editing and proofreading. I've certainly looked in the back end of GitHub and made some edits of my own. That's my thing. And so, from that standpoint, I'm walking into this not feeling as if I'm talking to people who are better than me, but just people I deeply respect, and people who have earned their way, and people I can learn from. And I'm just hoping that me going in there, I have something to offer too, to make it worth their value, so that it's not just a one way. You know what I mean?
This is why you're a perfect fit.
Yeah, that's you. That's you. You're the, like Onion just said, you have all that, and you're saying you hope. We know that you're going to show up authentically, and that's all that really matters. You're going to show up authentically and be Cara. And there's a reason people are here 4 hours into the call, and tune into this, and we're giving you all the energy, and you're reciprocating it. That's what this community is about. So Jonathan's just a representation of all that. He's like one of us, right? Yeah, a really smart guy, but like you said, at cryptography and research, yeah, you're gonna bring it. We know it.
Thank you. I appreciate all the support. I'm not used to this, and I want to be. I want to feel going forward in life that I have that support, and just knowing what it feels like and seeing it firsthand. It's new to me, and it's beautiful, and I love it. I just really appreciate it. I don't want to let anybody down, so I'm gonna try try my damnedest to do my best.
You
You
won't.
know, because
You won't. It's gonna work out exactly the way it should. It does every single time. So you don't even have to worry about that. Just show up. Show up as Cara. You'll be good.
thank you.
Absolutely. And Kara, something that always works for me, um, and I'm sure you do the same thing, but just as a reminder, sometimes I have to ground myself and pray before I start a new project, or before I'm going to have an interview, or before I'm going to have a struggle. I pray for I pray for the strength, I pray for the support, I pray for the wisdom, and to do my best, and any help I can get from you know the creator of the universe. And I get in that line, that energy line, and it always helps, calms my nerves, helps me if I'm having anxiety or anything like that, and just gives me the strength and confidence to push through. So don't forget to do that.
I appreciate that. I love the reminder, and I do pray. I pray more often now than I ever have in my life. I enjoy praying. I look forward to it at every opportunity. And in a very personal way, I feel that by doing it, it makes me feel closer to God. And I look forward to that. It makes me feel safer. And that gets me through, and it helps me heal. and healing is my goal. It's in and I'm already starting my New Year's resolution for next year. I've already started, but I want to learn how to experience joy.
Oh,
I want to learn how to experience it every day. I want to feel it from within that doesn't require something external to have me experience that lightness of happiness, but something that comes from within. And I was thinking today of the joy of the Lord is my strength. And I started thinking, well, what does that mean? I'd rather of be from. Joy from the Lord is my strength. Joy in the Lord is my strength. Uh, because of the Lord, I am strong. And I started just thinking of joy, and so when I go into that with prayer, a lot of that will include God, give me joy, right? Because I want to go into this not just peaceful, but I want to feel some joy. I want to spread some joy my way, right? And let people feel that where I go. Because I think that that's my goal. That's my New Year's resolution. I realize I'm 2 months early, but I'm ready.
yeah, you are, and I think I shared it before. So, and I think it definitely is appropriate here. But it's the saying that my son says every day when we drop him off. But since he started school 5, and it's I am complete and I have everything within me that I need. And that's the Lord, that's God, that's the universe, that's the energy. So you're already there. So yeah, you don't have to wait till New Year's Eve or New Year's. You can do that today. So it's beautiful, lovely, love it, love it all.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I believe in myself because I've come so far, and I know that I have it in me to that, like, the strength of lioness is there in me. I feel it. But what I don't often feel is to know what joy really is. And so joy is my goal, right? Joy is something I want to create, find, develop, grow in, be blessed with, or what. I don't even know. I don't know how joy's origin point starts. And that's where my prayer with God begins, is God, give me more than healing, give me joy, right? And that's where I'm at. I want to feel that. And if I have felt it, I don't know if that's what it is, but I really want to feel that. I want to feel it daily. I want to feel it all the time. I want people to look at me and go, she's got joy, right? And I don't feel that I really deeply have it yet, but I will. I'm working on it, and this is my goal. I'm gonna have it
Yeah,
because
it's
I
there.
believe God wants me to have it. You know.
Yeah, it's absolutely there. And sometimes you mentioned that you've been shedding tears more than you ever have before. That is a part of the process, right? Is letting go of all these narratives, of all these things that you've probably held on to for years. I've shared before that for me, and it's been 7 years on this journey, but it's been plant medicine. I can stand on my head and do yoga, and I'm in pretty good shape at 44, but I was pushing 300 pounds 7 years ago. I was sitting in front of a laptop making money on the outside, looking like, okay, I got it together, wearing my baggy clothes, but I was slowly dying day by day. And some of it was, my body was taking care of me, and I wasn't really respecting it. And there's been a lot of things over these past 7 years that I had to just let go so that I could feel. And I hear you. I hear you with you saying, we've had the conversations. Yeah, healing has to happen in order for you to really, really feel on that level. So I'm excited for you. And you're right where you're supposed to be. And it's pretty cool that you're gonna talk to Jonathan. And we'll be right here right there with you. This energy. It's all gonna be there with you.
Thank you for that one.
Absolutely.
Buffalo, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say, Juan, congratulations, man. That's awesome. I'm proud of you, brother. That's a tough road to hoe, and you're killing it. So, congratulations, man.
Appreciate it,
Keep it
brother.
up.
Appreciate
I want you to know, uh, you've now given me, because I think I've thought about this before, but I never thought to ask in prayer. So now you've added something in my prayers that I'm going to have to start doing, and probably some people in here are listening to this, and now they're going to add joy to their prayers. So that's kind of something that I think that I don't even think about. But you're right. Like I feel the same way. Like I want joy and I don't have it. So I think that's another thing that I need to add to my prayers. That's a really good reminder. So thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome. I think joy is a good thing for us to shoot for, right? Because if you have it, it's contagious, and people who are touched by it can remember it for a very long time and feel that. And it's all energy exchange, right? Just as sending Caspa, just as sending money, it's an energy exchange. And when you have something such as joy, it's exchanged even if you don't try to. People feel it. It's a ripple effect. And it's it's being a light in the darkness. It's having a pep in your step and people going, where is that coming from? And if it's coming from within, where is that well filling up? How is it filling up? Right. And uh, to me, it requires a miracle. To me, it requires God. At least in my life, it's going to need, I need a miracle. It's not something I seem to be able to do on my own. I need God to do it because uh, obviously there's a higher power in this situation here, and that means that the higher power has the control, and I relinquish it because I've just completely surrendered myself to, as Juan put it, the guidance, order, and direction, having that sense of trusting in something that even though we can't sometimes see it, we can feel the being observed effect. I feel the sense of being held and the sense of being observed and the sense of being listened to. And even though I can't rationally explain a lot of it's just personal. And when you feel it, you feel it. And I feel it. And so I believe in God. And there were years where I didn't. There were years I didn't believe in God at all, and that's fine. But the way that I learned about God was to open my eyes and basically say, God, if you want me to see you, show me. And I started to see things very differently. And that's how I knew, because it was innate. I just knew. And it wasn't something I could say, okay, everyone, you can duplicate this process and it'll work for you. Didn't work that way. It was very personal for me. And so, yeah, I put all my faith in God. And I saw a post today about Caspa. Someone said, how much Caspa do you need to be happy, to feel that you have everything you need for your future? And everyone was putting dollar amounts. And I said, my goal is to be content with what I have and trust God to multiply it. And that's where I'm at.
Yeah, no, Cara, very well said. Very well said. Kind of brings you back to earth. Yeah, no, I think you have the correct attitude. So your energy channels are open to receive that love in that direction and that joy. So I'm happy for you, on.
Thank you. And I appreciate the support. And like I said, I'm just learning so much from everybody here. And Juan, thank you for sharing about your transformation process over the last, 7 years, I think you said. That's a huge amount of growth, and to have a realization that, hey, I'm doing good with money, I'm doing good with life. My baggy pack and pants are comfortable, but there's something in me that there's a void here. There's something that is stagnant. There's something in me that wants to move. There's something in me that needs rhythm, or whatever that might be. Uh, you tapped into that and you fed that, and it gave your spirit something that you could hold on to and grow with. And it's become something you really enjoy. You can see your passion when you're doing your headstand, your handstand, the
I'm a
headstand.
it's peace in the chaos. But it's
Yeah.
I get a lot of the things that you're speaking on, right? The joy and all that. It all does come from within, and there's so much that I can feel it with people, and that's why when I wake up in the morning. It's like I don't, I'm very fortunate. I don't have to wake up to an alarm clock. There's nowhere I need to go. I have everything that I need. I worked really hard to get to this point, and I can see it. I can feel it with people out there suffering because they're attached to things and they think it's this stuff that's going to make you feel better. And when you get here, that'll happen. But I'm telling you, when you just surrender to the process, and I'm with you, Kara. I was somebody who questioned everything. I was in my head quite a bit for a long time, and for me, it was it was plant medicine that had me connect to that level within me, and it's a different path for everybody. So I respect all walks of life. I don't care how you come to it. However you interpret what God is. I look at it as an acronym: guidance, order, direction, as an energy. I respect all walks because I think we're all one and the same. I've said it before. I think everybody in here is a mirror to me, and I really do come at things like, okay, you coming at me a certain way, how would I want to treat myself if I were you in that position? And I really do put myself in other people's shoes, and it's really easy to do that. And that joy just shows up when it shows up. And not every moment is a great moment, but most of them are pretty good. So God's right there with us the entire time. And that's what I realized. I'm like, oh, okay. That's what that's what got me through this. That's what, maybe I'll post some before and afters at some point. But yeah, some people don't believe that was me. And it was. I was slowly but surely um, giving up, and I can see a lot of people in that struggle. So if you're someone in that position, you're hearing this, you're inspired by this, it's just like, just take the next step, get around some energy like this. This has been a beautiful space, and love where this has led to. And it's really gotten us to beneath the surface, right? And that's what this is about. So super cool that Casp was bringing us all together. And it's not just about Casp, but it's about each and every single one of the individuals on here. And um, we all deserve better. We all deserve better, and it's there for the taking. So yeah, it's been beautiful. It's been a beautiful space, no doubt.
And Juan, you recently went to New York to go to the 4th
Oh
birthday
yeah.
party, and you described it as a character building trip,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
been
such a positive
that.
viewpoint of
I'm
that.
telling
I
you, that's
mean,
all God.
wow.
That's all like, what the hell do I have to come? It was super cool. I shared it on a little YouTube video that I put up yesterday, but I mean, most people when you walk into an airport are on their phones. Most people are on their phones. They're just like not even present, right? And it took cancellations of flights all day Friday. I was in the airport all day Friday. Got to visit the center. If you follow up with the what's happening there, unfortunately, had to close down. But it was cool being around Caspians and just I got to meet Alberto and Andrew, the creators of Vivor. I got to meet them and chatted up with them. And yeah, then on the way back on Sunday, my flight was supposed to leave Sunday night, and I did not leave until Monday afternoon. So we had to, and my brother's a little rough around the edges. His energy was a little bit off. I had to check him a couple times, and yeah, I come at everything with love. Like that's the foundation of me is like, okay, cool. I'm this big dude in shape and all that shit, but I'm not afraid to love on people. So it's like I show it and I live it, and I just don't think there's any other way to be. So I know that people think it's like scarce and, oh, I don't want to give it, but it's like I have plenty of it to give. So that's what I try to operate from, and that's why nothing is. I've been through some shit, so nothing's gonna fuck. As I'm here, every day's a gift. Every day's a blessing. My glass is half full. Let's go. That's it. That's how I approach it.
I like that. I love that.
Yeah, you guys are all legends. I'm popping out. I've just been angrily writing a tweet, so I got to finish
Love
that.
it. Get it done, Gonzo. Appreciate you.
But I'm listening to all of you. So, but yeah, appreciate you all, and
Yes, yes, sir.
appreciate you too, Cara. Remember, with owning the keys or holding the keys to the account, you are representing one voice of many, and that's. I love the new name. Actually, it's really grown on me. Unchained. There is no shackles on Kaspa, and you are a great spearhead for now. And we'll see how you do. And if you ever need to step away, Kaspa never holds anyone accountable. But I think you will do a fantastic job. Gonzo out.
Thank you, Gonzo. That name, Kaspa Unchained, is growing on me too, and it's for a few reasons. But the first reason is that it's off chain, right? It's not on the Kaspa chain, although it's not a blockchain, it's a block bag, but still, we can get into semantics. So it's unchained because it's off chain. But I also like it because I felt so chained for such a long freaking time. And now to have keys to something that's unchained, it's almost it's almost an extension of my identity in a way. And the growth, I feel as if it's almost God telling me to experience freedom a little bit more, to be unchained. And I know there's some people who still don't like the name. And at first I was not sure if I liked it, but it's really grown on me. And if there were a vote, I would probably vote to keep it the way it is, just because I just feel it resonates. I don't know. That's just me, though.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's fitting. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. I got to head to bed. I got to get up early tomorrow. But thank you for the spaces. Thank you, Cara, and thank you, Juan, for leading. Thank you, everybody who got to be in the call to listen and to hang out. I really appreciate everybody here. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Buffalo. It's always great to have you here, and thanks for your wisdom, especially when it comes to praying before big meetings. I think that's something that is extremely valuable, and I really appreciate, especially that nugget. So thank you.
Of course. Have a good night, guys.
Appreciate you, Buffalo. Have a good night, buddy.
Peace out, Buffalo.
I just
I'm
saw.
also gonna head out too, y'all.
All
It's
right.
always a pleasure.
Yeah, we've been
Peace
going
out.
at it for a while. We had somebody just raise their hand. I think we're about that time to wind it down. So what do you think, Kara?
That's cool with
Yeah,
me.
we had Rosario. I think we haven't had Rosario on before. I don't know. What do you think? One more share?
Do you want to come on, Rosario?
Here, let me see if I can. Give me just a second. I'll invite you up if you accept.
And thank you also, Kaspa Onion. It's always a pleasure talking with you. And again, congratulations on 3,000 onions. That's
Ooh, well
great.
deserved, man. Hell yeah. Keep
Thank
at
y'all
it,
for the.
brother. Keep battling. We love you.
Thank you. Thank you. I love y'all too. This is so much fun. It's addictive. So thank y'all for everything. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Rosario, you're up on the stage. Welcome. You're still muted if you're trying to speak.
Do you hear me
Okay,
now?
yep, now we hear you. Yep.
Okay.
Hi.
I just was saying that here it's 8 o'clock in the morning. I just wake up. I'm going to have a shower, and it was a pleasure to have participate at this small meeting this morning. It's a nice surprise. And Cara is gonna be okay. Just be yourself. With Yonatan. Yonatan, I think, is someone very simple, very simple. I didn't have the chance to meet him, but I'm going around opening Kaspa group around the world because I'm traveling a lot. And once he wrote to me saying that he was going in this country that time and he wanted to visit us. So I think we don't have to be like yeah, just be yourself. It's gonna be fine.
Thank
Voila.
you. I mean, on one hand, I don't feel nervous. I feel very comfortable because I've had such deep respect for him for a number of years
Yeah.
now. So it's not about nerves. It's more about I want to make sure that I, I guess I should say I want to earn his trust, right? I want to make sure that I'm doing the best that I can to make his time worthwhile, because I know how important this is to him.
Yeah, things
Right.
are coming with time. I think the things we are going to be right with the time and the position. You will make some mistake. You will do things right, but we are community. We are here to learn. And my feeling is that Yonatan is starting to communicate much more the last days after this letter to Binance. He's communicate a lot with us. All the last post he did on Twitter, they are very pedagogic about his thought about what Kaspa really is. I really enjoy the last post he wrote. So yeah, I think we are here to learn. I learned a lot because of this space on X, because I'm not a coder. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to share this also, that we are a great community and everything's gonna be fine with time.
Thank you for the encouragement. I can feel your calm
Mhm.
energy from here, and I really appreciate it.
Oh no, I'm
And
very
thanks
nervous.
for
I don't like to
yeah.
speak in public.
Oh, I just love it. And I love that you're emphasizing trust
Yeah.
and support and
Yeah.
giving a forgiveness sort of attitude of, hey, you're going to make mistakes, but it's going to be all right, and
Yes.
it's a learning experience. I really appreciate just
Mhm.
this acceptance of the
Yeah.
fact that I'm gonna have moments of I might not do it so well some days, and
Mhm.
I appreciate that. So thank
Mhm.
you.
Cara, I would have to DM you in private because I own here a cultural center. We have a lot of activity. We are in Switzerland, and would like to organize some meetup about Kaspa, about crypto, because everybody thinks that Switzerland is crypto friendly. It's not true. Swiss people are very conservative. We need to teach them what it is, the real fundamental of cryptocurrency. So maybe I will write to you so we can check how we can organize things like this. Like Caspa birthday, or I don't know, like they do in London. They do. In Korea, they already did in Poland lately. So let's check if we can do it also in Switzerland.
I would encourage you to reach out to Juan on that, because he's going to be a nomad and doing all this travel, and he'd be perfect. And I shy away from groups, at least right now. I would encourage you to reach out to Juan, because
Okay.
he just got back from New York. He went to the Berlin thing. He wants to do meetups in Miami. He's going to be traveling everywhere. He's about to go to see Yonatan, possibly we're in London. So talk to Juan. He's your guy for this, really, truly.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you, Rosario. So we'll chat it up. I'll put you in contact with. I think Chad
Okay.
Rubart is another great person to speak to. But yeah, let's connect. Let's talk. This is what I'm spending my. She's right. I'm going to be all over the place, and I want to meet people in
Mhm.
real life and set up events. So we'll get it going, man, for sure.
You're
Maybe I
welcome.
come. I haven't been to Switzerland. Maybe I come out to Switzerland. Who knows?
You're welcome. You're welcome. You love it.
All right, brother. Sounds great.
Mhm.
We'll be in touch. Yeah, we'll definitely talk.
Okay.
And
Okay.
for me,
Thank.
I'm sort of a social recluse. I like to be away from the public as much as possible. I'm okay one on one, but beyond that, I have to be really mentally prepared. And if there's going to be phones there for people to take pictures, I already don't know if I want to
Mm.
go. But I'll be willing to retweet anything that you create, or help spread the word. I mean, I'm definitely supportive and want you to feel that support. But when it comes to co-organizing of an event, I've turned
Okay.
down a number of them already, so I can promise
Okay.
it's not just you.
All right.
But
The,
thank you. I appreciate the
Mhm.
offer, and I can feel the kindness, and just want you to say thank you for that.
Okay. Well, I think we said everything, huh?
Yeah, man, we got you. We got you.
Yeah.
I don't know if somebody else want to speak. I leave
I have a
the mic.
question.
Yes?
I have a question for you, Rosario. Am I saying that right, Rosario?
Yes? You tell me.
So you say that in Switzerland there's a conservative attitude and that it's not as accepting of crypto as people expect. And I find that unusual because when I think of Switzerland, I think of a country that helps people have some tax havens and some banks, and they're pretty cool and pretty at least this is my guess. I don't know anything really about this. It's just my impression is that there's a sense of we got your back kind of attitude when it comes to banking. Is that not something that would transfer over into crypto easily? I mean, I'm a little confused where the conservativeness comes with that when there's such an open attitude towards the relaxed views and policies surrounding taxes, especially from Americans that are doing banking overseas. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I can answer. Okay, we have a strong money. We got we have a nice living. We everything is it's optimizing in Switzerland. Everything works well. If something get broke, let's say they don't wait to fix it. The things are fixed right away, and it's the same everywhere. Swiss, we are like we like to help people. We are very generous with the foreigner, with the community, with something up. But when we are going to crypto, well, man, you don't know people. They just don't believe. Also, the young people, not a lot of people. They of course they have P on the phone. These young people, but but about real project, they don't care at the moment. Huh? At the moment, there is this city that the Lugano. They did this Bitcoin event they do every year. Okay, if you go to Lugano, they say we are crypto friendly. But if you go to a shop, okay, they don't even they accept Bitcoin, but the shop doesn't receive the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin goes to a I don't know how you say that in English, goes to an external company which take the Bitcoin and pay the shop. You understand how we are? It's not a really they are not going to the blockchain to do the transaction. Somebody is collecting all this Bitcoin and pay the money to the shop, but the shop some shop they even have the terminal off. And when you go in, you just they have to switch on the terminal on the I don't know. I'm not sure I really understand what you mean about the bank, but of course the banks are working. They are nice.
Switzerland, when I think of Switzerland, I think of them as a place that has an open mind when it comes to value, especially because don't they have a place there that's a diamond capital and they exchange diamonds and whatnot? And that's another form of money, is it not? So I mean, if they're open with the diamonds and they're known for being the diamond capital,
Yeah, diamond.
and
That,
yeah,
that
why not crypto too?
Yeah, it's gonna come. Huh? We have to educate this. It's our job to educate people about crypto, real crypto. But yeah, at the
Yeah.
moment, yeah. Tell me, John.
No, no, I was gonna say. I mean, it's what it sounds like, right? Because Switzerland's known for like, aren't every 1 in 7 citizens millionaires, and it's the economy's pretty good there. And crypto to me. is almost, well, I mean, I think of like Bitcoin specifically, but it is like on a need to know basis, right? If things are good, why do we need to even explore
Exactly.
what this thing is about? I mean, I can relate to that, right? Like I've shared several times that I did fine making money, and that's kind of the phase that I think crypto is in, Cara. So I personally can see why people in Switzerland, especially if the economy's good and we don't need to really think about it, we're making money, we're fine, the banks work. Like, why do I need to look at this crypto thing? It's, it's a scam.
Exactly.
So they're
Yeah.
still in that phase. It's like crypto's
Mhm.
definitely more open. People are more open and thinking about that where they don't have that. They don't have their sovereignty. Um,
Mhm.
so that's how I see it.
Yes, probably the point is this: is that we don't need crypto. We don't at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
But the education is important, right? So
Mhm.
I'm sure there's pockets of people that want to know what it is, and
Mhm.
that's coming. That's definitely coming. So
Yeah. If you go to my account, you will see I wrote a book about this. It's not a book about cryptocurrency, what it is. It's a book about to educate people of what the real money is and why Kaspa can change our world by with this with this protocol. Every time I go to a friend of mine, to a friend to speak about crypto, they just run away. They don't. Yeah. So
they're not ready. They're
they're
not
not
ready,
ready. Yeah,
Rosario.
yeah, but
They're not ready. They're
Mhm.
not ready. I mean, I lived in that world for quite some time here. I mean, like most, it's just it definitely takes somebody to be in a certain place in their life to be able to receive what crypto really is about, right?
Mhm.
So if things are good and you're fine, you're not thinking about, oh, my money in the bank isn't really my money. You're not really thinking about any of
Mhm.
that. So that's definitely at play
And if they come to
in some
crypto,
areas.
they want to earn to have fast gain. How do you say? When
Money go up. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Like, yeah, yeah. It's just
you
about
know
making money and an
a lot
investment.
of my
Yeah, that's not
friends
what
they,
it's
they,
about.
they got Kaspa. I work in the entertainment, so I have a lot of artists around me, friends. They took some Kaspa, and the only things they see is the price. They come to me, hey, Rosario, the Kaspa just go down, but they don't know. They don't check the market. They don't check the news. They don't know why it's going down. The only thing they see. So for me, it's complicated. But every time I help people to open an account and buy something, I buy only Kaspa, and I tell them it's a long, how do you say? It's not.
Hold.
It's a
Yeah.
long
Long.
hold. I tell you,
Yeah, I
three
talked
years.
about that earlier.
I start in
Yeah.
2023, and I say minimum end of 25, and we are now end of 25, and I feel like okay, I still have hope that we're going up, but I say, want you wait long time. If you invest a bigger amount, then you can have some profit faster. But yeah, it's okay. It's like this. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. It's a matter of education where people are at in their lives, and I mean, I can see, yeah, because Switzerland has, like I said, I think one in every seven citizens there is
mhm.
is pretty well off.
Right.
So, yeah.
Anyway, Juan, I see the people are leaving the space, so I don't want to keep
Yeah,
the
yeah. Well, we've been at it. We're like four and
yeah.
a half hours
Mhm.
in, so we wanted you to come up because we hadn't
Mm.
talked to you. So yeah, appreciate you coming to the stage. We're gonna
I
wrap it
just
up
wanted
here.
to say hello to everyone. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rosario. I appreciate you.
Hey, Juan, do you remember we met in Berlin?
We did.
Yes. We
Hold on. Let me see here. Okay.
Yes, we met. We were going now. We were at the party together. Okay, and then at the end of the party, I was with Crypto Queen. We were in the same hotel, and we were just, yeah, we just. I think we were.
Oh,
I think we were.
yeah. You walked in with. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
remember you now.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, yeah. We very yeah in
yeah,
passing. Oh, awesome, man.
yeah, yeah.
Super cool.
I try to follow these meetings with Caspar. I really love to be in the community and to, yeah. So maybe
Yeah, man.
we So we wish.
Well, we went a little long tonight. We've been up since, so you said it's 8 o'clock over
Yeah,
there in the
yeah, it's
morning.
almost 9 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah. So we've been at this
Hmm.
for a while. So you caught the tail end of it, man. But thanks for coming on stage, man.
Okay.
Talking. Nice to talk to you. Reconnect again.
Bye, everyone.
All right, buddy.
Bye bye.
Thank you. So I guess it'd be a good time to start winding it down now. I think
Yes.
so. I guess I want to just thank everybody. If you're listening to a recording or if you're here in our live space, thank you for listening, for experiencing this with us. If you were a speaker, thank you for sharing your knowledge, your wisdom, your experiences, your comments, your questions. All of it matters, and all of it helps us learn and grow from each other. And I appreciate just all the love, support, and just bearing with me on some of these tinfoil hat directions we've been going in. I really appreciate it and just love you all. And just as a reminder to everybody that we have 6 episodes that are archived on the YouTube channel. You can check out my bio and click on the link and see all of those Blockchain Banter Beneath the Surface episodes. And this one here will also be archived as well, so that you can go back and listen and pause and re-listen to parts that sometimes it's difficult to do on X. And also, if you feel so inclined, it's optional. If you would like to exchange some Kaspa energy with us, Juan and I have a wallet called Beneath the Surface.cas, and we accept tips. It's completely optional. And anything we receive, we split 50-50 between us, and we always appreciate anything and even nothing. We appreciate all of it. Just you being here and listening, it just means a lot to us. So thank you. I just want to end this with gratitude and pass it to Juan. Thank you, Juan, for being a great co-host.
Thank you for the kind words, Cara. I love these conversations. I get so much every single week that we've shown up. So this is concluding episode 7. Yeah, like Kara said, check out the other episodes if you want to catch up more on the vibe and the energy. This was an awesome call. One of our longest ones. Totally worth it. Conversation was super dope, man. I see Bishop. Bishop, I think, stayed on the entire time. We got people that definitely stayed on, chimed in, gave us great energy. So we just appreciate each and every single one of you. Those of you that are listening back, those of you that are live, keep coming to check us out. Also say, since I got my man Bishop up here, we're doing a little sports show, talking some football, some life stuff, a little bit of Casper, but we're doing our thing. You got some truth bombs, man. It was awesome to hear you speak, brother.
I
Um,
appreciate it. I'm nodding in and out, trying to finish this up.
Yeah, man.
It was
Thanks for
such a good
staying late. You're East
conversation.
Coast. You're East
I
Coast
couldn't
time
stay.
too, man. So you're up late like
Yeah,
me. Same here, man. But yeah, I
yeah,
appreciate you for staying on, brother.
yeah,
So yeah, thank.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
No. All good, brother. All good, brother. I'll let you sign off. I just wanted to thank you guys for having me on too.
Absolutely, my man. Thank you. So yeah, again, come join us every Wednesday. We'll be back on next week, Wednesday at 10 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m.
And
Eastern, 7
Ethan,
p.m. Pacific. Yeah, it's late. We're 4.5 hours into this, so I'm gonna fumble my words a little bit here. Appreciate each and every single one of you. So thank you guys for joining us on Blockchain Banter Beneath the Surface, where Caspa carries the current of truth, vibrating at the frequency of seekers. Remember, one conversation at a time. Be humble, be kind, and give it time. Love you all. Have a good night.
thank you. Have a good night, everybody.